Okay then. Here we go. I am here, I promise. It's been a couple of minutes already, and I promise I am here. Right, one last check. If I do what about there, that's fine. Okay. Right, hello everyone. This is a live stream that will be taking place all day, and this is me scrapping a bunch of models. So the idea for this is very self-explanatory. These are a bunch of models that I do not want in my fleet anymore, and I'm going to be scrapping them, using the parts for future projects. Should be a good time, because taking models apart is a lot more fun and easier than it is to put models together. I need to grab a couple of parts I chucked over here first of all. So this box is not the scrap model box. This is other stuff. This is where I got my giants on top of at the moment. I'm trying to organize this box for other things. The box behind me, which is actually here, there we are. This is the box full of locos I'm going to be scrapping. It's going to be very interesting to go through these models one at a time. The only thing I'm really sad about when it comes to these models is the fact that pretty much all of them have lining tape on them, and I would really prefer to try and keep the lining tape, but sadly I don't think that's going to be possible. One thing I also need to do, and let me get this up now, because of time zones, this is a very different stream. So I normally stream at 8 p.m. UK time. For me right now, it is 11 a.m. So in the evenings is where I normally stream, but here we are in the morning doing something very different. Black Bonnie, hello, good to see you. And Broadster, hello, what's happening? Nothing at the moment. We are about to begin scrapping some models. It's going to be very good. You can just about see the snack foods in the background. Right. I'm also going to be, so this should be a good enough angle for you to see me scrap the models. The reason why I'm streaming this is because this is what I'm going to be doing today, but I may as well stream it just to, you know, a bit of interaction, because why not? I'm also going to be sorting out the parts in a certain way. I'm going to be putting the parts away off stream after. So once all the models have been scrapped, that's it. That's basically the end of the stream. I don't know how long the stream is going to go on for, but it should still be a pretty fun time. Right, let me deal with this small collection of parts that I plucked earlier. I have already made a head start. You can see the parts here already. These are from basically, well, some of the models. I've plucked all of the wheels from all of the models. I wanted to do that first because I was too curious to see how many wheels I have got. And I've now got a very healthy supply of black drive wheels in various sizes now in my collection, and that is very cool. Okay. This could also be a very quiet stream, because normally when I do this I've got videos on or a podcast on in the background, and today I can't quite get away with doing that because, you know, YouTube and copyright and whatever else. But I do have the chat open, so if you have any questions, feel free to ask them. I have got a long time ahead of me when it comes to doing what I'm doing, so it will be very good to kind of break up the silence, I suppose. I'll try and talk about a couple of things as well, if any topics come up. I'll keep those separate there. Discoloured parts will go behind the camera. Right, what model should we get for what's closest? This one. Okay. So the first model on the chopping block is the Metroliner livery Coronation class. This was a very funky idea I wanted to try out because, of course, I have a bunch of Metroliner coaches, and, you know, I was quite obsessed with this locomotive at the time. Kind of still am, but yeah, this is kind of, it was an experiment basically. This was nothing really special. Obviously, this is still 7 wide. The other Coronations I've got are still 7 studs wide. The white and silver and the black and gold ones, that is. So yeah, it's going to be good to kind of just have all these parts back again. Just so many models I'm going to be taking apart, which means so many parts are coming back. That's the most exciting thing. I also want to apologize in advance because we are now in the winter months, and there could very likely be a lot of rain later on today. I don't know what the weather forecast is, but if it starts to rain heavily, you will hear it, because my bedroom here is in the loft. And that means my roof, my ceiling rather, is basically the roof of the house. So if it rains, again, you are going to hear it. Not the most fun thing ever, but something beyond my control. Speaking of live streams, I tell you what, that does remind me. So I don't know if anybody has heard of a YouTube channel called Worst Pre-Made Ever. I discovered them about this time last year, maybe a little over a year ago. They were doing their Skyrim multiplayer series of videos, and when I discovered them, it was like finding a diamond in the rough. It was just incredible. I love that channel so much. They did their annual charity live stream yesterday, and they raised an incredible £35,900 and 69 pence. I think that's the exact number. I might have to double check, but they are going to be doing a couple of videos showing off the highlights of that stream, which I'm very much looking forward to seeing. But yes, the Worst Pre-Made Ever team are a wonderful bunch, and their efforts to raise money for charity are wonderful. So shout out to them. Oh, and it's just started to rain. Well, technically this is the second time it started to rain today. I wonder how noisy it's going to get. I'll use that middle space for the jumper plate. It's fine. Oh. Are we live? We're still live. Okay, there was a jump there. I don't know what that was, but I do apologise. Hang on, that's got me concerned now. Oh, I've just realised as well. So you can see in the background, these are trays of parts. I have all of those pretty much filled. Well, some of them filled, some of them could still be filled. These two here are for black parts, certain black parts. And the tray I've got for jumper plates is full. So because I'm going to be scrapping a bunch of models that have jumper plates on them, like this one, I don't know if I'm going to be able to get any more in. Right, I think... Right, sorry, stand by. I don't like what I'm about to do. I'm not knocking against anything. It should be okay. I am using a custom Lego jig to hold up the tablets whilst I stream. So, hopefully it's not too awkward. There shouldn't be any kind of collision, so we're fine. I'm in Discord getting loads of tips, lol. Sorry for not saying much, Luke. No problem at all. If you're here, then that is wonderful. That is all I could ask for. There are a lot of people who watch live streams and kind of just lurk. I tend to be one of those people. I rarely watch a live stream anyway, doubly so on Twitch, because I can't be bothered to really watch anything on Twitch. But yeah, you know, if you're here, then you're here. You know, that's pretty much it. You don't have to be constantly active in the chat. It's not a problem at all. Okay then. There are some things, I'll tell you what, I'll show you a quick thing as well, because there were a couple of items that I have already stripped. So I think the only model I've got that I'm taking apart today with custom prints on is my Coronation nameplates. So if I move these a bit closer, there we go. So these came from the black and gold Coronation Express model. I don't know if I'm going to be able to use these for another model. I mean, I could put them on the actual red one, but the issue is I've already got a custom nameplate for that, and I would much rather keep that. So yeah, let me know if you have any ideas in the comments for what to do with those prints. Not giving them away before anyone says that. So many pieces already. It's lovely. This is definitely going to save me having to make a bunch of bricklink orders. That's the best thing. I wonder how many people are going to tune in today as well. Because of the time zone thing, again, like I mentioned earlier, I normally stream in the evenings, and some people could still make it. There's only ever single digit figures in the first place, which is a bit sad when you say that out loud, but it'd be very interesting to see how many more people could make it to this stream, because it's happening here in the morning. I don't know if time zones are going to behave a bit differently. It is Saturday today, so maybe there's more free people for this stream. I don't know. Let's find out. Oh, tell you what, seeing as I've got my hand over there, one thing I need to figure out is what to do with these wheels. So these are wheels that I have taken from the tender of my Hogwarts Express model. These are made by Brecklin Bricks. These are medium-sized wheels. There is no drive bit on them, and these are thin wheels. These are rather excellent because thin wheels are excellent for larger tender engines who, you know, instead of using the... Oh, making sure the stream catches up. This is a duck. Hello, good to see you. Thank you for tuning in. So yeah, models like big tender engines tend to have slightly larger than usual wheels for the tender. So instead of using the normal thin wheels that Lego make, or even medium-sized drivers, which are really thick and bulky, These are incredible. So I'm going to have to go through my models and see what I can use them for. Do I have a thing for it? Yes, I do. It's going to be a very dull stream potentially, and again, I do apologise to anybody who's just shown up. This is going to be happening for a good couple of hours. I don't know how long the stream is actually going to take. And one issue I have is how quiet the day is going to be. Because I would love to put some music on or something, but because of the whole copyright thing that YouTube has in place, it's going to be a bit tricky for me to put something on and not get told off. More miscellaneous parts. I think I'll keep all those together. Black slope pieces I might keep all together as well. I might have to revise all day, so this is so much more interesting. Everything is more interesting than revision. I do not miss school at all. I miss the social aspect. I think everybody would agree when, if you were to ask them, oh, do you miss school at all? No, not really. I miss being able to see my friends every day. That's the only thing they would miss. I miss that too, but not really as much, and there is a whole story to that which I will not get into. But yeah, revision, not fun. Lego trains, however, very fun. Big ZCNC. Hi, Luke. It's bedtime for me here in New Zealand. Are you trying to give me nightmares? Scrapping Lego trains indeed. Yes. Yes, I am. It's a horrible thing, isn't it? Scrapping Lego trains. The precious Lego trains. So, again, to anybody who hasn't seen the post that I made on YouTube or over on the Discord server, the reason why I'm scrapping these models is because the models I have in this box are my favorite models, and they are more detailed. I kind of put more effort into those ones. The models in the box that I'm scrapping, some of them were taken up to 8 studs wide, but they were kind of lazily done. It was not good kind of seeing these models and thinking, oh, I don't really want to have to put more, well, that much effort into bring them up to modern standards, because I've been building Lego trains for the longest time, and my methods and techniques have been evolving, which is a good thing. But at the same time, my desire to keep those models has been going downhill. Some of the models I brought to 8 studs wide and have kept. City of Truro is a prime example. There might be 1 or 2 other models that have been given such an upgrade treatment and have still been kept. But most of them I honestly can look at and go, yeah, I don't want that anymore. With the amount of Lego trains I've built in the past as well, I know what I want and don't want. So it's not the most unreasonable thing ever for me to want to scrap a model. I mean, it's your model, of course. If you want to scrap it, then scrap it. But yeah, a lot of my models are. Well, let me restart that. Question sentence. That's what I meant to say. Not too long ago, like a couple of months ago, maybe at most, I did a big video showing off all the models in my fleet, just the locomotives. I didn't bother with doing anything with the rolling stock because that's its own mess, and frankly, that's not quite as interesting. Broadster says, I built an old EMDF unit, which I'll post on Discord soon. Oh, lovely. Very keen to see that. So yes, the big video about my Lego train fleet. Okay, so at the time of making that video, I had 31 models. I think I only showed, I forgot to show my model of, not Stepney, Scarloey rather. I don't have a model of Stepney. I don't think I ever will build a terrier, to be honest. But about 30 models, 31 including Skarloey, but 17 of them were Thomas characters. And most of my Thomas characters are still 7 studs wide. That's just how they were built at the time. At the time I was really focused on doing 7 wide stuff. And yeah, that's just, that's how it was. When it came to upgrading a bunch of models to 8 studs wide, I focused on the real locomotives because there's so much more to the Thomas characters. If I'm going to break them all to 8 studs wide, I'd have to take the model apart entirely and restart from scratch, which is not something I want to do. So yeah, the reason why that's all related is because I'm happy with that. The 7 wide Thomas characters kind of work. Not everything has to be 8 studs wide, scales and all that. You can determine how you want that to be kind of in your own time. Yep, that's miscolored. But at the same time, I was looking at some of the models that I had, when I was making that video. I thought to myself, man, some of these models are really out of date. The City of Truro model, when it was in its 7 wide form, looked really bad. It was pretty good for when I made it in 2020. But looking back, I thought, well, more so when I was making that video, I thought, well, that needs to be sorted out. And some of the models were upgraded. Well, most of the models were upgraded. But even then, I looked at some of them after the upgrades and thought, well, it's that thought process of it's becoming a bit of a chore to want to bring these models up to a certain scale. Well, not so much scale, but a certain design choice. And it's something I just can't be bothered to do because I've done this so many times. It's more of a chore now, which is not a fun thing to say, but that's how it felt. So now I'm at the point where I can now happily say to myself, yes, I want to scrap these models because these are particular models I've made that I no longer want in my collection. I've, again, built and scrapped countless models, so this isn't the end of the world. The only thing I don't like, again, like I mentioned earlier, is the fact that some of these models have lining tape, and that is unsalvageable. Once I peel it off, that's basically it. Yeah, not the most fun thing ever. A couple more messages in the chat. This is a duck says, it must be nice to be able to scrap this many locos and still have loads left over. I still only have 3 locos and couldn't imagine getting rid of any of them. Yes, I think that's a unique luxury I find myself in. So, because of my current living position, I have been able to spend most of my sort of free time just working on Lego train stuff. I've been able to spend a lot of my disposable income on Lego, and I've been able to kind of focus on Lego Railway stuff, which has been, again, a lot of fun. And having made so many models and got the appropriate storage system in place for them, pardon me, it's something that I can, again, kind of have that luxury to say, okay, I've got these models that I don't want anymore, I can use them, so on and so forth. Yeah, I will keep that over there because that is grey after all. I'm going to have some space problems, aren't I? Depending, Okay, I'm going to have to get my light grey boxes out and start putting these away soon. I'll do the red ones next because I can get the red parts put away straight away too. Southern Studios, hello, good to see you. Thank you very much for making it to the stream. Hope you're doing good. And I just got an email that my latest Bricklink order has been shipped, which is very odd timing because I made that order yesterday knowing that I was going to scrap a bunch of models and get some parts back. At the same time, that order was made with some specific parts in mind for a project that has now failed. So yesterday, I spent about an hour and a half, only an hour and a half because that was the only free time I had, basically trying to, if I can just put these away one sec, with my red coronation, I wanted to kind of make another streamlined front end, but that was a bit more rounded. I looked at how British Bricks did his, and I couldn't get it to work, not in a way that I was too happy with. But at the same time, my Coronation locomotive model is something I'm very happy and proud with. So, you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. One thing is also quite frustrating. I have some rods from Brackland Bricks that I was going to use on that model. These were the additional valve gear pieces that I did a YouTube shorts of. And these do work, but the problem is, this is three, if I move a bit closer, so we got 3 stud long and 4.5 stud long rods. Ideally, I wanted a 5 long, but he doesn't sell a 5 long rod for whatever reason. I have to get in touch with him about that. And because of that, I thought, well, I've tried it with, you know, a 3 and a 4.5 with other Technic pieces that I've modified. And frankly, a 2 and a 5 works much better. So I modified. If you've seen the YouTube short, then you know what I've done. I have. Sorry, I'm making sure that the stream's all up to date. Seeing a bit of lag. That's the problem with using a rubbish tablet as your streaming device. Anyways, so yeah, if you've seen the YouTube short, then you know what I've done. I've used some modified Technic bits as the valve gear details. And it works very smoothly, which is lovely indeed. We have been going for nearly half an hour, and we're still on the first model. Well, that makes sense because, you know, these are fairly big models. They're not going to be stripped down and scrapped straight away. Roadster says, I've posted photos of my F units on Discord. I will look that up later in the day, because as you can see right now, I'm quite a bit occupied. I mean, I do have my phone next to me, so I could have a look at Discord whilst I'm still streaming. But I will wait for a gap in the scrapping proceedings before I give myself a chance to do so. So I think after I scrap this main unit, that'll be fine. And this is a duck says, back when I was trying to make a Lego boat, every time I got to a dead end and I had to restart. I found it much quicker to just drop it than rather take them apart piece by piece. Not sure how well that would work with your trains though. You know what, that reminds me. So I basically said to the LUKR club mates, I said, you know what, I'm gonna do a live stream for when I scrap these models, because it would just be a bit more fun, you know. And a couple of members said, you need to record yourself throwing these models as you scrap them. So I suppose like this, if I just, oh, you know, it's already coming apart in my hand. So basically, if I just dashed it against the wall and just watched it explode, that's the sort of thing that kind of want to see. Maybe, I don't know. I think I'll wait until I'm down to like one of the last few models before I do something a bit ludicrous like that. Because frankly, I don't know how destructive that's going to be. It would definitely be fun, but at the same time, I need to be careful with the mess I'm going to be making. But one thing that is fun, oh, that was actually quite anticlimactic. That was way too easy to rip apart. But yes, that's another section of the grr, angry noises, grr. Yeah, some of these models are not the most exciting to take apart, it must be said. I think the ones that would be more easier to kind of rip apart like that would be models that are quite sturdy, because you can definitely get a grip on it and kind of just, you know, rip it apart like that. Big ZCNC says, going of Lego track gauge and 8 foot 8 inch wide. British locomotive will be 8.6 studs wide, 1:38 scale. Perhaps we should go 9 studs wide. That is a thing that a lot of people have been talking about. So, I don't remember where I saw this, but there was someone who, I think it was someone in my Discord server a couple of months ago. Oh, was it in one of the club group chats? I can't remember. So basically, you are kind of correct there in the sense that if you look at normal Lego track, which I've actually hidden behind the whiteboard, so I can't actually show you. But if you look at the Lego track and then you look at a Lego train, even the 8 wide models that I have come to sort of the built-in sleepers for the track pieces, locomotives should technically be a bit wider than that. So 9 wide, technically that's correct, you know, but you are really going up in scale. That's proper scaling. You have to do measurements and make sure you got things correct with that, which is something I don't see myself doing, frankly. I tend to build my models by looking at a particular section and thinking, okay, what piece could best represent that detail? And I just go from there. And again, like you said, I can't remember where I saw the original comments, but it would be best and would be much more preferred if you're going to build much more realistic to the Lego scale, you do need to build models at least 9-10 studs wide, because it would look better when you compare it to the tracks. Maybe that way the minifigure scale that you could ideally want to use would be more realistic, because the minifigure, I've said this so many times, the Lego minifigure itself is out of scale, but at that sort of size where models are like 9 wide, maybe that could work a bit better. I think I'm going to let someone else experiment with that first, though. Oh yeah, that reminds me, I need to do that, because that's how I stored them. I did see the chat update. I will be with you in just a moment. Okay. So, this is Duck says, yeah, we quite hard finding all the pieces. Yes, you know, throwing a model is fun, but the clean... It's like with Nerf, you know, to anybody here who has Nerf blasters. Firing all the darts at each other is very fun, but at the end of the day, you still need to pick up all those darts. So, yeah, good luck with that. And Broster says, where do you get your narrow gauge tracks? I got mine from Trixbricks. Now, it's interesting that you asked that, and that's the answer, because Trixbricks, a day or two ago, made a post saying that they have updated their prices in the sense that they had to increase them very slightly. Not on everything, but they have made a big Facebook post with all of the information. If you're curious about getting anything from Trixbricks, I strongly recommend you go to their Facebook page first, read that update post, and then double check to make sure that if you're going to be buying anything from there, it's not going to affect your wallet too much. I haven't bought from Trixbricks in a long while, and I don't see myself buying from Trixbricks for a while still. But all the same, I would still strongly recommend that you double check things first, because there is a chance you are probably going to be paying a little bit more. Nothing ludicrous, again, it's probably going to be another £2 or £3 per product that you are going to want to get. It's probably going to be the bulk items too. Again, don't take my word for this, just double check what they say, basically. My Mallard model is technically 9 wide. Yes, I think I didn't really clock that, but there was definitely a feature that kind of made me think, yeah, that's definitely wider than it should be, because your Mallard I have seen before, and you have valances on your Mallard with the drive rods underneath the valances, which is a very difficult thing to do, but at the same time, you can do it if you go wide enough, which you did. So that makes it a very excellent model. My A4 Spencer is technically in this box. It should be in the Thomas box because it is technically a Thomas character, but the Thomas box is technically full, and I wanted to have it in here basically. So yeah, that's what's going on. It would be amusing if a Lego model is more to scale than 00 in comparison with the track width. You can find Lego models that are technically in scale, but you have to really dig around for it. The 1/38 scale that you mentioned earlier, what does Joe build to? So yeah, the 1/38 scale is kind of, what you mentioned earlier. That would definitely be a good fit. But fellow LUKR member and the owner of Brecton Bricks, Joe, builds to 1/48 scale. and that means that his locomotives tend to have 3XL size drive wheels. Not all of them, but some of them. And it does look good, but it's interesting how he's gone with that scale, because it's, his models are kind of 8.5 wide, and it all still fits. There's a whole thing with scale, which is, again, I don't build to any one scale, I just build to width more so. So I don't really have a point to stand on here. But yeah, it's, there's so much to say about it that's I can't really add to, basically. So many tile pieces. Lovely. I just want to make sure that you can all see this clearly, right? I mean, most of what you're seeing is basically my hand, but at the same time, this is the best angle I could really find. I think that's a good thing. Shooting your eyes from the horrible scrap man, The tender and coaches are all 6 wide though. Not sure if I'd get away with that. It would just cost too much to make the coaches wider. Yes, that is very, very fair. Because when I took my coronation coaches to 8 studs wide, I had to buy a couple more parts. But at the same time, not only was I taking the coaches to 8 wide, I was also making 5 additional coaches. So a good chunk of change was spent in the process. However, I think it was still ultimately worth it, because of, when you look at the end result, a nice long 10 coach express is very cool to have. But you don't need 10 coaches. But yeah, I can definitely understand that. However, with your like 9 wide to 6 wide, that's a very, very obvious and noticeable gap. If you're happy with it, then you're happy with it. I mean, who cares what other people think? If it's your model, if you're pleased with it, then done deal. That's it. Ambrosia says, do you plan on making any Australian locomotives? Not really. There were a couple of streamlined Australian locomotives that I had discovered in the past that I thought looked quite interesting. The only issue is I've built so many Lego trains already. It's kind of difficult for me nowadays to want to make any particular train now. So whilst there are some that I think would look cool, I think oh no, I haven't said this yet. Well, I have, but in an upcoming episode of the Brick Railway Builders podcast, the latest episode goes out tomorrow, by the way, so stay tuned for that. And yeah, I said during one of the episodes, I've built so many Lego trains that trying to find any particular model that I want to make is kind of difficult now. Because I've made so much, it does become a bit of a chore again to go, oh, this looks cool, I kind of want to make that. But at the same time, you think, okay, I have to start making the base, I've got to get all the wheels, make the valve gear, that's the base unit sorted. Then you go on to the challenging bit where you're going to get to build the actual shape. That's where things are, that's where things kind of go downhill, because it's a process that's been repeated so many times. Yes, you're building a completely different model, but the way it started, and kind of the overall process, is very samey. So that kind of takes away all the fun. So there are loads of locomotives out there I would love to build, but ultimately I would love to see someone else make it, because first of all, again, I don't have that motivation. I'm a bit too exhausted in that area. Secondly, chances are they'll do a better job than I can. I can only really build so many engines with so much detail before I kind of drop the quality a little bit. Kind of why I'm scrapping my selection of models here today, because these are models that I don't see fitting my standards anymore. Have you thought of making an LNER B12? I think so. If I did, it was definitely a long while ago. I'm definitely picky with what kind of engines I want, because I do like to have a certain size. Again, if I'm going to have a particular model built, it's either going to be a fairly big one in a good realistic detail setting, or it's a Thomas character. So, for example, Duck being a 5700 pannier tank. I love that model, and I love the fact that I've got a pannier tank, but I love it more so because it's Duck. So that's the kind of thing that's going on there. There's a couple of other models I have in the form of a Thomas character that I'm happy to have in the form of a Thomas character. So it's like cheating in a way. So I think if there was a character who was represented as a B12, I think that would be enough motivation to want to make it. Genuine tan windows for coaches would certainly empty your wallet. Yes, yes it would. Well, genuine in the form of manufactured by Lego. If you can get them from Blue Bricks, just get them from Blue Bricks. You can buy bulks in 50 windows for like a $5, which is insane value. Luke changes his name to Australian Bricks. That would be a very interesting inverse to Sam, who is British Bricks. Is he going to update it? Has he updated his name yet? Do you think he will? He made a poll not too long ago, and he was thinking about changing his username. I don't think he ultimately will, because he does prefer to build British, but he said he's Australian, so he's not sure if he's gonna try something new. I don't think he will change his name. I don't think he needs to change his name either. But if he does, then fair enough, I suppose. Nothing to really add on to that. There's a fan-made character called Alfred. Any fan characters I won't make, because it's something I'm not familiar with. I think if I'm going to make Thomas characters, I would have to stick to what's canon, just because of, familiarity. Not to say that a bunch of fan-made characters out there aren't good. I don't really follow any Thomas fandom stuff. So, yeah, I mean, it's just, again, like I said a moment ago, it's just familiarity's sakes. Really going with this, the boy has just been reduced down to the slope bit on the top. Oh boy. All that's left now is the cab. Oh. We're still streaming. Okay, I don't know what happened to the chat there, but we're good. I don't think it really matters, because unless he starts talking in his videos, there's no way for us to know he's Australian. Well, he technically has done. He's done 3 live streams with Glenn Holland that he streamed on his channel, and it's him talking with Glenn. So he has technically, talked in his videos and has given away the fact that he is Australian. Again, still not a problem. I mean, there's no reason for him to want to change his name. I can kind of understand it though, in the sense that he's Australian, not British, so him being called British Bricks doesn't make that much sense. But at the end of the day, it's still his choice. Simple as. I don't see any reason for him to want to change his name in the first place. But I definitely don't think he should do anything too complicated. My suggestion to him was just do what I do. Just call your channel name your name, like Sam's Bricks or something like that. Just keep it simple. Oh, my legs. Sitting cross-legged for even just half an hour is quite exhausting. Okay. I need to be careful because I've got an ingrown toenail on one of my toes, and if I lean on it, it's going to really hurt. That one there, that one there. Let's just shuffle those out of the way. Yeah, we're getting into the final stretches now. Oh, can I do the? Can it work? Yeah, kind of. Mild self-destruction. Well, it wasn't even self-destruction, it was just destruction. Mild destruction. Bonus points unlocked. What? Oh. I'm having to really stretch as well to kind of keep the parts separate. Where's the tender? Is that the... Oh, there it is. The tender will be next. And then I will be putting away all of these grey pieces. Then we will move on to the red models. So the white and black coronations will be safe for now. I think the LMS Fury and the Hogwarts Express are the only two red models I'm scrapping. But that is also because, again, the drawers I've got over there, color coordinated for black, red, light grey, and dark grey, because of the, those are the colors that I use the most for LEGO train building. So it's nice to have them separated and more easily accessible for models. I know I said we're going to try and put the parts away in there in my own time, but given how much space I'm going to be taking up, and have taken up already, I can't avoid putting these bits away first. But god damn, it's so cool to have all these parts back. All these big slope, again, these big slope bricks. Love these. These have become very useful for some of the models I've made. The giants in particular, they're like a really good piece. I need that one. Having said the giants, that does remind me of two things. First of all, yesterday I uploaded the showcase video for the third giant called Basilisk after a teaser on my Instagram page. The video went live yesterday, and there was a lot of comments about the model, which is quite surprising. There's like 20 comments on the video already. It's insane. Granted, some of those comments are me replying to people, but yeah, it was really cool to see that it got a lot of attention so quickly. Also, my next LEGO show is coming up, which is the Bristol Brick Show, the biggest LEGO show of the year that I will be able to attend. The full layout will be there. Not quite the size as to what I brought at the LUKR Club Members Meet, because that was basically just a one-off. The layout will be undergoing reconstruction in the new year. But for this LEGO show, I will be bringing the Thomas characters, I'll be bringing the giants, I will be having a really good time meeting some people that are outside of the lug that will be coming down. It'll be really cool to kind of see some faces that I basically only ever get to see online. But yeah, should be a good time. In 2 weeks. Not next weekend, but the weekend after. That's when it's all kicking off. It's going to be great. Brewster says, those slope bricks I used for the end of my EMDF unit. Pretty good, aren't they? Oh. So it begins. The liquid of life. Oh, lovely. Whoo-wee. Yeah, I may as well take about the... This is tempting, you know. I would love to do something with the Metroliner coaches, because the models, the modified Metroliner coaches that I made, I still have. They're still 6 wide. The wheels and the power units were stripped from them, so I can put them into the Blue Goose. And again, they're still built up, so I'll have to do something with them in the future, but I'm not too sure what I want to do. I don't really care for making an Amtrak sort of thing. Maybe I should make longer versions of the end units of the Metroliner Express itself. But, yeah, you know, there's nothing else that's really happened outside of this unique livery steamer. I have just got another idea for it. But the problem is I can't tell you, because that's a plan I've got for the December special. Okay, so let's catch up with chat. With all the lights grey, how about a new photographic grey livery? Maybe, but I need to be inspired enough to want to make a locomotive in that livery in the first place. It does look good, definitely. But again, I would need to settle on what model I want to make. Oh, I just remembered I'm getting loads of red plates back. I don't know why, but red plates, like the one wide red plates, they're a bit difficult to get a hold of. I don't know if it was just a Bricklink thing, or I don't know. I might have to exist somewhere else for a bit, but I'll be back soon. No worries. Thank you very much for tuning in for as long as you have. I will be here for a long time still, so don't need to worry about that. But before you leave, he does say Metroliner Giant. Don't tempt me with good ideas, you pest, you. No, I don't think I'll be doing a Metroliner Giant. I have set it in stone that all of the Giants that I make now are going to be in the red and yellow lining livery to match my coronation coaches. For the sakes of unity and for the ability to put the Giants in front of that Express and have it all line up and look good. Okay. Cool. Oh, it's just the cab left. And then the first boiler will have been scrapped. Oh, we've come a long way already. Keep those there. One piece I'm really looking forward to getting back in my collection are these. If I can get them off. These 2x4 slopes. Because there's loads of these in a bunch of colours I've got that I could definitely do with for upcoming models that I actually want to make. Yeah, I think these slopes I need to keep to a side because that's something that takes a while to put away. And I don't know why, but I nearly started singing. That's not something I can do. I'll tell you what, seeing as I just said that, that was an off comment, but that's actually a good reminder. So to anybody who hasn't seen from, I don't know, maybe a week ago, I posted again on YouTube and on the Discord server that I'm taking part in a concert. Yes, I am that crazy. Now, the good thing is I have pre-recorded my song and I emailed it to the host of the concert to play there. I will be taking, so the way this concert is going to be operating is it's going to be done over a Zoom call, and you can buy yourself a ticket by following the details on the necessary, but I'll post the details again in a couple of days. But it's a charity event, and it's for a cause relating to let me start that again. It's raising money, that's what I needed to say, for a charity about a disease called ME, which basically translates to chronic fatigue. And there was someone that I met earlier in the year, and she was lovely and wonderful, and she's currently got the condition ME. So being able to take part in this concert was a nice little way of kind of helping her out in, it's really kind of weird to say, but there's only so much you can really do to help her. I don't know, I don't want to sound like I'm talking out my ass, but it was really fascinating to learn that it was a thing and there was only so much that could really be done to treat that condition. I'm lucky in the sense that I've never had anyone in my life who suffers from any kind of major disease. There's no one I've known that has ever had cancer. No one's ever had chronic illnesses of any kind. So to meet someone that I really got along with and suffered from this particular disease, it was an eye-opener, and I think it was ultimately a good idea for me to want to take part in this concert, because it's rare for me to do these sort of events, because again, there's nothing personal in my life that makes me want to do these sort of things in the first place. But this was still a good eye-opening moment. So all that basically means, yes, I am taking part in a concert. The details are in a post I made not too long ago. If you scroll down on my community tab, you will be able to find it fairly quickly. A link to the website where you can buy the tickets will be there as well. Tickets are £3 each. And because it's happening over a Zoom call, you only need to buy one ticket per household. So let's say you're living with your family, there's like 4 or 5 people, you all want to watch the concert, you just need to buy the one ticket. And basically, the person who bought the tickets will be emailed a link to the Zoom call on the day of the concert. And, the family gathers around that, just again, the family gather around that one laptop or one screen, because again, you don't need to necessarily buy more than one ticket, because it's basically one per household. And yeah, the concert will go on for no longer than an hour and a half, as to what I understand. It's going to be very interesting, to say the least. I have said in a previous, I think it was last week's live stream where I mentioned it, the song I'm doing is a sea shanty. Again, it's been completely pre-recorded because I can do YouTube and this completely fine, but singing is a very different monster. Sorry, stand by 1 second. Okay. Apologies. So yeah, TLDR, I'm going to be doing a song. It's pre-recorded. It's a sea shanty. Should be fun. The reason why I pre-recorded it is because I've got more than one layer to it. It's not just me talking like this at the moment. It's, again, multiple Lukes singing together. That's the best way I can really put it. Okay. Back to scrapping some Lego. And we've gotten into the first sticker details as well. The walls are coming apart, and now it's time to scrap. Well, not so much scrap, but peel off the stickers. So this is actually a very generous start, because, you know, these are just simple numbers. There's not that much sticky residue left behind, but the annoying thing is I can't reuse this for anything. Even then, you know, they're all kind of mangled, so I can't use them anyways. That bin needs emptying. I'll do that later today. Need to tidy up the piece as well. There we go. Oh, come on. CNC, which sea shanty will you be singing? So there is a band here in the UK, quite local to where I live, which is quite cool, called The Longest Johns. And they sing a lot of folk music and sea shanties. And they've done like custom versions of old sea shanties so they can really put them into their album. The song I will be singing is the Longest John's version of Drunken Sailor, which is the only song I really think I can actually sing. Again, you can hear me now, this isn't a singing voice that I've got. But it's still worth a try, you know? Mayonnaise gets rid of sticky residue. Somehow, I don't quite believe that. And CMH Bricks, hello, good to see you. Thank you very much for tuning in. Seeing as you've just shown up, given what I told you about our podcast recording, I did say to you initially that it was going to be every other week. That is basically that's bollocks. So tomorrow, episode 2 of the podcast will be going up. Yeah, what have I got tomorrow? Is tomorrow episode 2? Yeah, tomorrow is episode 2. Episode 3 will be going out, premiering especially next Sunday, which is going to be very exciting. That podcast has an episode edited and ready to go. And episode 4 will feature CMH Bricks, which will go out Oh, am I going to be... So next week, that's fine. So yeah, basically the Sunday of Bristol Brick Show is when that episode is going out. I think I'll be home. Yeah, I'll be home and around for that anyways, definitely. I'll be there in the evening. But that's when it's happening, which is the 20th of November, I believe. Really looking forward to that because, you know, the podcast has been going very well at the moment. And I'm really excited to get more guests on in the future. I kid you not, I use mayonnaise used. I use mayonnaise rather. That's just the way you typed it. I use mayonnaise on my tornado before rebuild. I don't think I could bring myself to kind of mix Lego with anything that isn't Lego outside of stickers. So if it genuinely, if it works for you, fair enough. But if I let me see if I can show now. Hang on. The camera I'm using is not the best, so can you see? Yeah, there you go. So you can see that bit there. Just a little bit of residue left over from the stickers. If I can get my stream to catch up, one sec. Okay. Just need to rub it, you know, with a sweaty finger. Again, not the, not the nicest thing to have said, but you know, just after a moment. There we are, nice and clean. There we go. And that's the main boiler scrapped. You can see a vast array of parts, a sea of parts. But we are not done yet. Obviously. That was only the first model. And we still have the tender to take apart as well, so we've still got a long way to go. And it has just dinged midday for me, so I don't think we're going to get all of this done in time. This is going to take a while. This is going to really, really take a while. Okay. Tell you what, another piece that I really loved was this tool sort of slope brick here. These were really good. CMH says, if you want to take off the residue of a sticker, you should use a tub of soap and wash your bricks. I haven't really washed my bricks ever because I'm really good at keeping my bricks clean. But at the same time, there are definitely obviously other methods that you could use to wash bricks. I don't think I'll ever need to do so because again, I'm really good at making sure my bricks stay clean in the first place. But I think one day, if I ever, one thing I would love to do is buy a bunch of bulk lots of Lego online. Like, I don't know, like Facebook Marketplace, for example. Just buy a bunch of really cheap, like 30, 40, 50 kilogram box of Lego. Completely unsorted, just buy it, clean it, sort it, and just have a grand time doing that. That'll definitely keep me busy. But I get enough of a sorting nightmare with my bricks in the first place. You know, having to get this all sorted whilst taking apart a model is, you know, that's plenty enough. What are you going to do with the pieces? Well, at the moment, I'm not too sure. There is a model that I want to make soon. Amazingly, this is also the model I said I can't reveal too much of, but I will say this. I am keen on making a diesel. A certain diesel has... I don't know how this happened, but last night I was looking up just diesel locomotives. British ones, that is. And there was a particular one I thought, you know what, I actually kind of want to give this a try. I don't build diesels, and yet I slowly convinced myself to go, yeah, you know what, I'll give that a go, because why not? It's the oil. You can use vegetable oil or oil from fingers. I think that's, yeah, that's pretty much what I do. Like, again, sweaty fingers gets the job done. Again, not a nice thing to say, but it works. Those two pieces need to go over there. They do not fit. And this is a duck. Hello, welcome back. Sorry, stand by. This is the problem with having to do a stream during the day. If I find out... Yeah, currently getting caught up in conversations during the day. Right, that's all fine. Cool. Okay. Oh, my legs. Oh. Don't sit cross-legged on the floor for so long. It ruins your thighs and your quads. Oh, good lord. Okay. Sorry, one second. I need to stretch. Oh man. Oh. I'm not old, I promise. Just a bit stiff. Speaking of cleaning bricks, get yourself a brush that's quite thick like this. That will definitely help in getting rid of dust. I don't think there's going to be too much dust on these models because they were kept safe in a box. But still, very handy. And Tonks Train 17. Hello, good to see you. Thank you very much for making it to the stream. The longer pieces, they were along there. Yeah. And that seems to be miscolored. Oh, we can't go having that now, can we? Okay. Oh yeah, I've got a bunch of plates in front of me I need to deal with. Yes, I use a brush set too. Yeah, very handy. What attracted you to Lego trains? Well, I don't know if it was any particular model. Actually, you know what? I do know the answer. So, does anybody here know the name Turbo J UK? Let's give it a moment and see if anybody recognizes that name. So Turbo J UK is a very old YouTube channel. He's been on YouTube forever. He hasn't posted in years, but he made a short series of videos called The Trouble with Trains. And that series is what was basically responsible for a lot of people back then, myself included, and I think British Brick said the same thing too. That is what got so many people into Lego trains. Honestly, if you haven't watched those three, there's 3 videos. The Turbo J UK channel is still up, and again, the videos are all still there. If you haven't watched The Trouble with Trains, later on today or whenever you get some free time, look it up because they are incredible videos. So they're really old and they do show their age, but at the same time, it's such a cool series. It's really, really fun. Tonks Train says, what are you building today? I'm not building, I'm taking apart. I've got a lot of models in a box in front of me that are getting scrapped. I'm getting some parts back and we're going to use them for future models. That's the plan today, Deirdre. I need to separate those bricks a little bit more space. There we go. Also for stickers, for sticker pieces, you can use a small brush with really fine hairs. Interesting. And RK, hello, good to see you. Thank you very much for tuning in. And people saying they remember Trouble with Trains. Yeah. Really old series. Amazing stuff. I might have to watch that in the evening just to just to kind of remind myself of how cool those videos were. Opinions on the Lego Christmas tram. So that's quite interesting because my dad has bought that set and I don't technically own one. The tram itself looks quite nice. It definitely looks like a Lego City style tram, or like a Lego set tram rather. You know, nothing too crazy or special, nothing too big either. But it definitely looks the part. With my sort of singular build style of just building steam locomotives, I don't really have any opinions on models of trams or diesels, etc. But yeah, it's still a very nice model, you know, still looks good. It's definitely quite popular, to be honest, because I've seen a lot of people make their own versions of it, which is pretty cool. And opinions on the Lego Disneyland train. That we do have, and it's not a bad set at all. I think the only complaint I had when it came out was its price tag, because it was £300 upon release. That's a lot of money, but you can definitely understand the fact that the reason why it costs that much is because, you know, the Disney licensing. That's basically it. You're not paying £300 because Lego. You're paying £300 because Disney, which is a bit of a shame. But the set itself is still really wonderful. One thing I wanted to do, and I might try this. I might actually try this. I'm curious. I wanted to make a few more of the wagons, sort of the open wagons. I don't know what they're particularly called. Like the open canopy wagons, for example. Um, like just a few, like two, yeah, like one or two more of them to build up, get all the parts in, build them up, and basically use that as a gift to my dad. Because again, my dad owns the Christmas train. Sorry, not the Christmas train, the Disney train. I don't. So it's it'll be an interesting thing. He'll definitely like it because it's adding on to something that he's kind of got. But it was an idea I've had for the longest time. So if I don't commit to it anytime soon, I don't think it'll really mean as much. But still, you know, it's an idea. Still might try it one day. Might even try it this year because, you know, why not? Did you see that Lego train that got selected from Lego Ideas? I did. It was the Orient Express. So it was a version of a Lego train that this concerns me. So the model itself does not fit Lego Track. And I say that's because if you look closer, it might do. I don't know if he included it in his kind of main pictures. But the issue I have is the new Hogwarts Express set sold badly. I don't think it has sold that well at all. However, the thing that I'm scared of is if Lego think, okay, with this new Orient Express set, we can continue on this 5-wide track and make the Orient Express on that. If that's what they do, they're going to get a serious amount of backlash because Lego train fans want a Lego train set they can run on their track. Because it's, well, I'm not going to really say that because the Hogwarts Express isn't that easy to modify because I, at the moment, still haven't seen anyone post any videos or pictures of that big Hogwarts Express set in a modified state to run on normal Lego track. So, yeah, it will be very, very frustrating if Lego decide to go down the route of having the new Orient Express set fit the gauge one size track. If they do, there's going to be a shitload of backlash. Simple as. A lot of people will be very upset. And that's putting it lightly. I personally believe they won't, but there's still that side of me that thinks they might. They just might. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. But at the same time, I'm very happy to see that a locomotive, or a train at least, was selected as one of the 4 ideas that overall got picked. Very good stuff for us. And it's ultimately a win for us because, you know, we've been begging for more train sets and we're getting another one. Here's the hoping. That's good. So yeah, the original point was I don't think it's going to fit on normal track because the ideas model itself doesn't use normal train wheels for the drive wheels. And I think that was just a stand-in. Given the size of drive wheel that was introduced for the Hogwarts Express, that would be an excellent opportunity to use that size wheel again for this new Orient Express. Yeah, it could work. We'll have to wait and see. Whew, I'm a bit out of breath. Lots of talking. 2 more slip pieces. I'll keep those ones there. Follow along. Right, let's catch up with chat. I'm sad the Polar Express didn't get picked. Well, there have been countless models of the Polar Express. An official set is honestly quite pointless because so many people have made one. I've made one. I'm actually scrapping my Polar Express during the stream. So, well, if time permits at least. So, yeah, there is that as well. But, you know, there's so many versions of it. An official set is really pointless. Maybe one day it will become a set. I don't know. But I, for one, don't really see the appeal anymore. It's been too long before one got picked, you know? And you see so many. RK says, Luke, what are you building? I'm not building. If you read the title of the stream, you will learn that sadly we are scrapping. This is the big scrappening where a bunch of models are being taken apart. Hence why you've seen me take apart a certain model bit by bit and the vast sea of parts that are out in front of me. Yep, it's a sad day, but it's something that I have chosen to do. And yeah, it's kind of been a long time coming in a way. I don't know if you can see that. So there's a, let me see if I can, there you go. You can see with the light reflecting there, there's TLR shaped sticky residue on the brick. That's actually really cool. Well, I've got to clean it off though. That just shows how long that sticker's been on there for. There we go. Nice and clean. If you was to which Thomas character would you build? Hang on. If you was to which Thomas character build would you scrap? Right, okay. After figuring out how that was typed. Well, I wouldn't scrap any of them. For the longest time I said I wanted to rebuild Henry, but that's never going to happen now. So, well, I love my model of Henry as well. The only issue I don't like with my model of Henry is the fact that it has normal size drive wheels. But even then, it's not the end of the world. I don't know. Again, I really love all of my Thomas characters, so there isn't any that I would actually scrap. No, I can't really answer that question, sadly. I'll think on that though, because there might be a few candidates, like Diesel maybe, Oliver nearly did. Okay then. Opinions on the Lego Ideas Thomas. It's a very interesting take on building a version of Thomas and Friends with just Lego parts. The brick built lining is quite interesting. However, it's not quite enough. If Lego Thomas, well, first of all, it's not going to get selected because of whole, Mattel copyright and all that stuff. Them not playing friendly. If it for whatever reason, if it did get selected, there would have to be a number of new parts introduced just for that model, because Thomas cannot work with large black wheels. It just can't. You'd have to get something a little bit smaller and in the appropriate color, which would be a big win for Lego Train fans because they can use those now official. Oh, just hit my toe. They can now use those parts for other models because those are now official bricks. They probably won't be that common, but the fact that they will still exist is exciting. The guy who made the submission, I think he's called Kaiju Builds. I'm probably misremembering, but again, he's done. He's made a number of characters, and he's done really well in that build style. So, you know, mad respect to him for pulling it off. But I still, it just quite work, you know? Which is a shame, because I would love to see a return of official, maybe not Lego branded. I think I said this somewhere else as well. But if not for Lego, then give another company a go with the Thomas license. I think Mattel owns Mega Bloks, something like that. Does Mattel own Mega Bloks? But yeah, I think Mattel owns a rival to Lego. So give it a go. Give it a proper go. The current range is rubbish. I have seen pictures of existing Lego Thomas models and sets. It's they're they're not good. So yeah, there needs to be a change for that. The Orient Express is a European train, but a set locomotive based off an Australian locomotive from the movie. Yeah, there's loads of Orient Express locomotives and ideas. Lego Ideas Express looks good, but drivers are set one plate too low and merged with the track. Yeah, that was just a design flaw with how the guy decided to make it. If it does fit on normal Lego track, it might become new Emerald Knight. Well, in the sense that it will be a very desirable set, yes. I think I would definitely, again, we'll have to wait and see. If it fits normal Lego track, then yes, I'm going to buy one. But if it doesn't, then I'm not going to fork out the money. I forked out the money for a Hogwarts Express set just because I was curious. Seeing how that went, I'm not going to do it again if the Orient Express follows that path. It will be a massive disappointment. The problem is, I reckon Lego's going to charge stupid money for it anyways. Because the Orient Express is a very famous locomotive, and kind of a famous train as a whole. But Lego, they're going to charge a lot of money anyways, because of course they will. I'm just really worried. You know, I'm just worried. I can't help but think they're going to just get it wrong. I can only hope they don't. Oh yeah, I forgot there was a Lego Ideas Flying Scotsman that was staff picked, so maybe there'll be a Lego Flying Scotsman in the future. Maybe. But the thing is, I've said it before and I'll say it again, Lego do not like trains. The only reason why they picked the Orient Express is because it's very well known. The Flying Scotsman is also very well known. Whilst somewhat specific, in the sense that it is a British locomotive, there are still a lot of people that know and recognise that engine. So it's possible. Not everything that gets staff picked gets, is kind of put into kind of some pre-selection, so to say, for potential set. There was that. You remember the faff over that German steam locomotive, where a bunch of people said, "Oh, you're picking a Nazi train. Lego's Nazis." And that, you know that whole faff that happened. Yeah, I think that's definitely turned people off trains as well for the Lego scene, because people are just stupid. That's another day. Nothing new for the Lego train fandom. If they'll pick Flying Scotsman because that's what the Emerald Knight was based off of. Well, if they pick there's a lot of people that would love to see a Flying Scotsman set on the anniversary of the actual Flying Scotsman. So, yeah. There's ideas bouncing around, but it's still unlikely. That's with them. Opinions on the Lego crocodile locomotive. I have one, and it's built up and it's on a shelf off camera, which you cannot see. But yes, I have one. It's built up. It's lovely, and yeah, that's a proper good set. That's one of the Lego train sets that came out of nowhere, and it was a pleasant surprise compared to the Hogwarts Express, where you know, that it's a 7 wide Lego train. It fits proper Lego track, and it's something that people actually want. So yeah, that's a good. That what makes it a good set. My work here is done. I must go. Thank you for tuning in for as long as you have, RK. Good to see you. Okay then, we are very nearly done with taking apart the tender. I like how the crocodile locomotive is on its own, is on actual Lego track. Yes, that's how all Lego trains should be made. Because if you're going to introduce a new gauge of track, the problem is it should be one that kind of already exists. Like, I would love to see Lego expand upon narrow gauge track, because they have narrow gauge track pieces. You know, they have their own narrow gauge curves. But the issue is Lego don't really care enough about trains to want to do that in the first place. So if they're going to release anything that fits the railway scene, it's got to fit existing track, because that's the standard gauge. Imagine if Lego made a Gauge 1 series. They would get into a lot of trouble with Lego train fans. If they did that, then a lot of people will be very pissed off. Because what's the point? They have their own gauge already. They don't need or have any reason to introduce a Gauge 1 series. Again, like I said earlier, I genuinely believe the Hoppers Express was a one-off, because that's more of a display piece. The Orient Express needs to fit normal Lego track, because if it doesn't, again, a whole lot of people are going to be very annoyed. The only thing I don't like about the crocodile locomotive is that its wheel articulation is incorrect only because they could had a motor. Yes, I think that's not an unreasonable balance, because when you looked at, well, when people saw it initially, it was definitely that sort of sentiment where they go, you know, the wheel arrangement isn't correct, you know, this, that, and the other. But the fact that it was built in a way where you could add a motor, you know, slowly but surely people kind of warmed up to it, you know? So many parts in front of me. Can't wait to use them for something else. What's your favourite British tank engine? I don't really have one. I never really focus on tank engines. Oh no, those can stay together. I don't really know. Again, tank engines is a category I've rarely focused on. I like my model of Smoky Joe, which is a Caledonian 264 class. That looks good. My model of Duck turned out very well, and that is a Great Western Pannier, which is another very good looking locomotive. I'm actually kind of being more warmed up to that pannier tank. I think any Great Western Pannier tank looks really good. What's it called? I think it's either a 15XX or a 94XX. Those look proper good. So yeah, I think a pannier tank would ultimately be my favourite, because that overall look is really good. I like it. Okay then. What train parts would you like Lego to make? A train specific part? I'm not too sure. If anything, just more wheels. Because Lego can introduce new wheels and it would please a lot of people. Because there are a lot of third-party vendors that sell compatible drive wheels. maybe not even, I don't know, because wheels you can get in different sizes and colors from a load of other people anyways. But I think if Lego did it, it would definitely turn on a lot of people because it's now coming from an official source, coming from Lego themselves, you know. So I think that, if anything, would be good. Any other train specific parts? I don't really know, because you can get all kinds of shaped bricks already to make a good looking model. So yeah, I think that's just going to be it. I don't think there's any desire for like rods, for example. That's rods is very specific, and if you've looked at my models, you will know that they use chunky Technic bricks. Like I've even got some here, you know, chunky Technic bricks as the actual drive rods. That works for a lot of people, obviously myself included. So what's the point, you know? But yeah, I think wheels, if anything, will do. Have you seen my EMDF units yet? No, not yet. And I will have a look soon enough because it's about to ding 12:30, and this model is very almost taken apart. So what's going to happen is, once this model has been taken apart and all the pieces are here in front of me, I am going to have lunch. The stream will still be going, but I'm going to be away for a while. And in that time, I will have a look at your model. So you don't need to worry about me potentially missing out on it. Smaller motors, maybe? I don't think that's necessary. The medium-sized motor is the small one Lego do, but at the same time, it's a size where it can still function and have some power to it. So in a way, again, smaller motors, that's very specific, and I would much rather third-party people kind of handle that. Okay. Okay, what was next? Opinions on the Lego ideas, Thomas, having changeable faces. That's a very good idea, because having not even like special molded faces, just like they prints on existing pieces, but having like 5 different interchangeable faces is a simple but amazing idea, because that allows so much more playability within the set. People can recreate episodes or create their own scenes and have the faces they can use, they're available straight away. Okay. Oh, I just got a bit of a chill. But yes, that is a very good idea. Again, simple, but very necessary. We're almost done with the first locomotive, and that took forever to do. I would love them to make some new thinner drive rods that are useful in the Technic world. There are thin lift arms that exist, and I think thin lift arms in other sizes would definitely prove useful. Again, not just for the sake of train models, but in the Technic world, I'm pretty sure that would definitely have its value. Last 2 bits left. This is all that remains, and it's the tender sort of section. I know I haven't shown too much on camera, I do apologise, but there's only so far forward I can really sit before I start sitting on Lego bricks. Just kind of a warning, it's multicolored. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, if you're, you know, something I said to other people who build Lego trains, if you're starting off and you have the right parts you need but not in the right color, just still use it. You don't need to worry about it looking exact straight away. In time, you can buy the parts that you need in the right colors, but straight away, if you don't have the right colored parts, then it really isn't that big of an issue. It definitely isn't common, because you see a lot of people nowadays But like even me, like I'll be able to buy the parts I need in the right colors because I'm in a position where I have that freedom to do so. But not everybody does. But that's not a bad thing. It really isn't. So if you've got a rainbow locomotive, but it's built up in the exact style that you want it to be built up in, it's fine. It's perfectly fine. It's not. We're not going to look at it and say that's unacceptable, because lots of people understand limitations that other people have that they necessarily might not have. So it's okay. You know, if it's the rainbow engine, then again, it is what it is. There's no issue there at all. I hope they make a new version of the micro motor with better performance. I'm assuming you mean the one that comes with like the circuit cubes, because those are good, but at the same time, there is a lot of specifics going on with them where Lego just won't tackle. Again, legal reasons and so forth. Okay. The very last pieces of the Metroliner Coronation now coming apart. And there we go. It has officially been scrapped. Oh, and that was a bit laggy. So then, let me catch up with the chat. Yes, I got the stream open on my phone. Double chimney would be nice. Opinions on Lego powered up system with trains. I don't like the powered up system on the basis that you can't well, at least it's not easy to power or access more than one motor setup at the same time. The reason why I've got power functions for my Express is because I can access all the motors at once. With powered up, I've never known you to be able to do that. So that's why I don't like it. Yeah, those are usually used for steering on cars. I'm finding them out now. Yeah, that's pretty good. The creator of Lego Thomas Ideas posted a few pictures with wheels. What, with custom wheels? That's definitely what it would need to be. There's no actual motor that Lego made back when 9 volts existed. Well, the 9 volt motor is a motor, so yes and no, but I know what you mean. It's very slow, but very small, but also slow. Yes, that's also kind of the point where it's very specific, and that's why third-party people have that covered more so. I've used it in my Mallard's tender for the decoupling mechanism. Yeah, there's been more and more people attempting a decoupling mechanism for their models. And coloured wheels, custom ones, yes, excellent. Right, 1 second. That needs charging, good lord. Right then, ladies and gentlemen, the first model has been scrapped, and that took a long time to do. I need to plug my tablet in so I can charge up. I am now going to disappear for a while because I need to use the loo, I need to go have lunch, and when I come back, I can begin on the second model. Actually, before I get on with the second model, I need to put all of this away. The next models that will be scrapped will be the LMS Fury and my Hogwarts Express. So, in the meantime, there we go. Can I bring that a bit closer, actually? Let me try and... Oh, is that going to work? That's better. Okay. I don't know how long I'm going to be. This is going to be an arbitrary bit of time. So, yes. I really hope that sign doesn't fall over. Let me just make sure. I'm leaning a little bit. There we go. Right. I shall be back momentarily. The time for me right now is 12:37. I'll try and come back by 1 o'clock. I don't think I'll be gone for that long. But yes, in the meantime, behave in the chat, please, because I don't have moderators for my streams, and if I find out that people have been misbehaving, then there will be problems. But I have no reason to believe that any of you lovely people will be misbehaving, so I shall be right back. I'm also hoping my tablet doesn't run out of charge by the time I come back as well. Right, I won't be long. was a good lunch. Hello, everyone. Hey, there we go. That can disappear, which I can't be find where it was. Right, stand by. Cool. Right, okay then. Hello everyone, I am back. Lunch was pretty good. Oh. Probably should give it a moment to let it go down first, but nah, oh well. Right. Before I continue scrapping more models, we've only done one model. I want to get all these parts put away, which is not going to be the most exciting thing ever, it's got to be said, because, well, maybe it will be. First of all, I need to check the charge. It's still going. That's not as much as I thought it would be. Okay. Right. I may as well get the chat open on my phone again. Hello, by the way. Just proof that I am here, you know. Oh. Right. Let me get the stream back up. Well, it may be 7 in the morning. 7 in the morning for you. It's 1 o'clock in the afternoon for me. So what am I doing? Well, I'm doing a live stream where I'm scrapping my locomotives. Not all of them. Some of them. Some of the, you know, the worst ones that I don't want anymore. At the moment, we've only done 1 train. Just one. Now I'm going to get started on putting some of these parts away. I'm going to try and do just the grey parts because there's lots of space being taken up by these grey parts, and that also means I need to move things out of the way. Yeah, second one. Here we go. These are very useful. He's single and ready to brickle. Yeah, sure. I mean, you're not wrong. Anyways. Oh yeah, I've got a few other drawers here. This is so stiff. Anyways, these sort of drawer units, these ones I got from a store called Wilco here in the UK. And they are basically, these are on the DIY section where they hold screws and nails, that sort of thing. But single small drawers you can have for near enough anything. There are lots of AFOs who have this sort of system. Depending on where you go, you will find people that have a massive wall of these. So it's a really good investment, to be honest. Bricks. Right, okay. Naturally, putting these away isn't the most fun thing to see. Yeah, that's it, it's in the bottom. No 2x4, sadly, not today though. Again, like I said earlier, these 2x4 bricks, lovely. Yes, of course, I saw your locomotive. I was able to look at your model whilst I was having my lunch. Like I said on the Discord server, you've been able to capture a really good shape for that diesel, so yeah, lovely stuff. I mean, by default, it's a way better diesel than I could make because, you know, I don't build diesels. But nonetheless, it doesn't take away from the fact that it's a very good model. There we go. Oh yeah, one other thing. I have loads of bags that I kept from Bricklink orders, which have proved to be useful when it comes to storing a bunch of smaller parts. If you need to chuck more than one brick type in the same drawer, which is what I'm having to do here. Will they all go together? This is also a matter of realising how I've stored things. Okay, so those ones in there. Yeah. Again, this is definitely the slower part of the day. I do apologise again, but this is well, a lot of people ask me about how to make models, and the advice I tend to give is very samey. But in terms of Lego storage, the best advice I could give is to get, again, like I said earlier, just to get yourself a bunch of these, because these are so handy and useful. So the idea of separating your Lego out is tedious because, again, depending on how much you want to split it down by, it will take you a long time. But that's not necessarily a bad thing, because when you finish and you see how easy to access your bricks are, you will be so thankful that you did it. Don't be talking about them. So again, time consuming as it may be, it's ultimately worth it. And I personally sort my bricks by colour. So to anybody who might have noticed, when I do my live streams, you may have noticed that behind me, kind of in the background, are some boxes. That's where I keep my Lego, and that is sorted by colour. And that's split down even further to brick types, plate types, and tiles, and that's just sorted in a way where I can access particular bricks very easily. I tend to do it by colour because I think that's just ultimately easier. I would like to split them down further. Again, basically just more of these, but I think that having a whole wall... I would like to actually have a whole wall of these one day, but buying loads of these on its own is going to be quite expensive. And frankly, I need something a bit better than this, because the drawers sometimes get stuck and stacking them isn't really possible. These ones are flat, smooth top, so you can't... Well, you can put them on top of each other like these, but they don't stack, so to say. Right, keep going. I need a bigger bag. Oh, no. Right. This is why keeping these bags is very handy. Off to work. See you later. No worries. Thank you very much for tuning in for the few minutes that you did. Understandably as well, a bunch of people left during the lunch break, which is a bit of a shame because of, the stream is still going, but would have been a lot more fun for them to have stuck around. But again, there's only so much you can really do. I need another big bag because I've got loads of those bricks now. I've now got loads of these, and these tend to be quite expensive on Bricklink. So having loads of these all of a sudden is actually quite exciting. It's midnight for you. My goodness. Well, thank you very much for tuning in for as long as you have, Roadster. Thank you again for showing me your model on the Discord server. I hope to see you soon. See, this is the thing with, I said this at the start as well, at the start of the stream. I normally do my live streams for an hour long from 8 PM to 9 PM UK time. And only certain people really have the opportunity to tune in for that because of time zones. But because I started streaming in the morning, it's now just gone 1 o'clock in the afternoon for me. Different people have been able to tune in. And that is a very cool thing to see. Gives more people an opportunity to say hello, take part, and so forth. done. Yeah. The other struggle of storing Lego, make sure everything fits. Yeah, we're good. Okay. There we go. Side-studded bricks. Where were they? Does not everything fit onto one particular drawer set? I'll have those two. There they are, the antenna pieces. It's fine. And we have those brackets, because I can put them somewhere else. Oh yeah, one cool thing about doing these sort of sorting sessions using colours that I haven't used in a while as well, it kind of it's nice to remind you of what parts you've actually got. Yeah, kind of a pleasantry, I suppose. That was that one. Those need to go in there. I have a special box of dedicated, a dedicated box of special Metro lineup pieces. So this I need to keep to a side for now. I'll chuck that over there or something. Where the black ones go, which are there. But where, oh where, do the light grey ones go? Ah, there it is. Well, that's because the writing's faded on the drawer, that's why. Right, I need that one back. Gimme, gimme. Yeah, another big bag needed. So, that actually kind of this is a good point to bring up. So, these two here are full of black pieces. I have one for light grey, one for dark grey, and one for red. And thing is, I need to get a second one for each. Maybe not the dark grey, but light grey and red could definitely do with their own second draw units, because again, those are the colours that I use the most, and it would be very handy to give them their own dedicated draw units, kind of more so than what they've got already, because I've got a few other draw units here that are kind of miscellaneous, so getting more organised is something I kind of need to do in the future. I need to, and there are some bricks that's when I sort them, I tend to keep them all connected like this. So these are so that's these kind of bracket pieces. Got them all lined up on a wall. Kind of place them on top, and that's them stored all together, and saves having to use a bag then. Scrambled Eggman 178, hello, good to see you. Thank you very much for tuning in. Ooh. Let's see that. There's quite a few there. Might be able to use them in the future. Well, maybe. Just discovered some more bricks I had. Okay then. Right, let's do the plates. all these tiny 1x1 plates. Lovely. 1x2s. 1x3s. Again, like one draw each. That's not necessary. Take them apart. There isn't enough parts in there for me to warrant attaching them. 1x6, 1x8. I don't know about you, but light grey was one of those colours where I think light grey and red in particular were the two colours that I just never ordered enough of. It was always an additional bricklink order to have to put them all together, you know. Scrambled Eggman says, what's your favourite Lego train that you have made? My streamlined coronation. It's the model I've put the most into and the model I have got the most out of. So it's definitely at least up there in contention as one of the best, but my favourite model that I've ever made. Like, the amount of times I've upgraded it is actually quite silly. Bags. Tiles. Right, I need to separate the tiles now. Oh, some more 2x4s. I actually got too many of them. Oh boy. So that's, I hope that's easy to see. So that's an example, 2x4 plates at the front, 2x4 tiles rather at the front. It's got quite a few of them. So storing them is a bit particular. Need to make sure. Oh yeah. Also, since it's been a while since I've seen some of these drawers, it's been a interesting reminder as to how I've stored some of these. There we go. So there's this little, ooh, okay, these little lip. It's a very difficult thing to see, but there's these lips in the middle of the drawers, well, the thinner ones at least, where a small plastic plate kind of separates them. So you could separate these parts even further. I've even got it here on this drawer, so you can kind of see it there. So this bit. But amazingly, these thin drawers are basically 8 studs wide, so you could fit 8 wide pieces along here like that, and that kind of keeps it in place because these two lips are kind of holding it in place. It's quite cool. Yeah. Not that many tiles left to put away, and then I have to get the other parts out, other boxes rather, which are over there. Put away the bricks and the plates. So then, seeing as we're basically back from the break properly, what time is it for everyone then? Because learning time zones is quite interesting, because I'm still trying to figure out what a better streaming time is for when I do my weekly live streams. I want to be able to include as many people as possible, but the only issue is not everyone's going to be able to make it, because everyone lives in different parts of the world. So, if I'm able to one day figure out the most ideal time to stream, in the sense that I can get the most amount of people to tune in, that would be a rather lovely thing to do. Okay, so that's that one dealt with. I might keep this black box where they are, to be honest. What's going on with the charge? Oh, the tablet charge is still not ideal, but that'll have to do. Okay, let's have one of these. That will have to stay out for now, that's okay. Hinge, that will have to stay out as well. Da-da-da-da. Oh, yeah. Okay. Ooh. Oh. Ow, toe, ow. And we're back on the other side. Right. So I also have a bunch of these double compartment boxes for red, light grey, dark grey and black bricks and plates, kind of to separate the parts a little bit further. And it's also more so to yeah, that's what I just said. Anyways, it's also to basically make it easier for me to access certain pieces, because bricks and plates, you're going to access a lot of them very often. Oh. Here we go. So, light brick there. Oh, that's quite a bit dusty. I don't get how that's so dusty, because it's underneath the bed, it's safe. Right, anyways, I need to bring that back. Well, there's no ludicrously big pieces, so I can still get this all in without issue. So that's good. That can go just well, I can just sit. I can try that on that side, sure. Right, so that's that one. Oh, that's a good thing to see. Oh, that's a piece of shit. What was the model I made? Because it was only a temporary model. Bugger, what was it? There was so I've just two 1x1 light grey bricks left. I've just got some more I can add to the bag. But there was a model I went through. I swear it was a temporary model that used up a lot of them, but it was okay because again, probably getting it wrong. It might just be something for the blue goose. I don't know, but yeah, there was a model I was making that just swallowed loads of them. Swaddled. That's what I nearly said. That one there. So much dust. Yeah, some of these boxes need cleaning. There's too much dust in these, and that's annoying. Okay, so that should be that one. Nope. That's that one. That's that one. That one there. That one there. That's fine. That one goes there. That one can just about fit there. Oh, actually, hang on. That needs to go. Yeah, that's it. So that one there. Fitting everything back in is a bit of a chore, but it works. There we go. Throw that back up. And there we go. Okay then. So that's all of that sorted. That will be it for the grey parts. And that was only one model scrapped. Only one. So then, I think given how long that took, we have been streaming. So the stream's been going for 2 hours and 23 minutes. There was only about an hour and a half, about 1 hour 35 minutes maybe of actual scrap time. The first few minutes were me setting up the actual stream itself, and obviously I just went, had lunch, came back, put some parts away, and here we are now. So I think I can definitely get away with doing 2 more models. I'm also concerned about the battery life of the tablets because, again, I'm using my tablet for these live streams, and I want to make sure that I can finish the stream and the tablet doesn't cut out on me and forcefully ends the stream that way. So yes, so the two models I have, well, in mind to scrap next, Hogwarts Express and the LMS Fury. Let me go grab them both. Oh yeah, I can move these parts over here now because I'm going to be scrapping a red model now. Some red pieces I gathered from the Metroliner Coronation. Let me swap that over. There we go. Bit of organisation at least. It's so good to get some red pieces back. 4, 3, 1. There we go. Okay then. So Hogwarts Boiler, which is Hogwarts Boiler, which is the fantasy design. Quite a nice looking model, but yeah, you know, I don't want it. Clearly, I don't want it anymore. Need to be careful not to potentially warp any pieces as I do this. There's the tender, which previously had thin wheels on. Or we scrapped first the LMS Fury, which was an experimental one-off and a model I was actually quite happy to have. But now one I don't really care for. The 8-wide version looks pretty much identical to the 7-wide version. Oh. Okay, so which one do we go for? Fury or the Hogwarts Express? Which one gets the taste of the cutter's torch first? To clear a bit of space over here first. And you can't say neither because they're both going to get scrapped anyways. Just which one are we getting rid of first? I might do Fury, to be honest, just because it's a bit more tidy. All of the special parts. Well, there's not even that many special parts on the Hogwarts Express. Yeah, let's just do Fury first. Why not? Let's move the two tenders over here. Oh yeah. Something I need to do more often with some of my models is to get on with greebling. So like these handrails, for example. Good to get some of that done. And scrapping begins, and already got some more light grey parts. Damn it. Just got rid of them. Okay, so from there. There's actually a bit more lining to have to take off this time with the, even though it's not an excessive amount, you know, thin pieces on the running board, but the cab is where it's got a bit more chunk to it. Next, let's just rip it apart, so let's carry on with that. There we go. Let's do the boiler first, and there is a bit more lining on here. I thought there was. I hope that's not coming through. Come on. There we go. Right, as we carry on, are there any more questions from the chat? Because there was quite a busy conversation before I went for lunch. Look at that. Look at that lining. So much cheating. God, so good to have all these. Again, just looking at the pile of parts from that first model alone, that's really good to see that I've got all that back. I can also hear some like mild, high-pitched, sort of like leaking gas sound. I don't know if that's just my ears popping or if that's something else. because I heard it downstairs as well. I think I'm just getting old. One thing I don't like when it comes to removing some of the lining on these models, the letter and number sheet that I use has a lot of letters and numbers to use. But if you're going to use them, you've got to try and get them right first time, because taking them off and peeling them off is very unforgiving. Yeah, I'm just struggling to... So it's like this bit here. I'm trying to make sure I had to get up close in order to really make sure I've got everything correct. But this is why I also use tweezers more so than any other tool to kind of take things apart on Lego. They're just so much more accurate, but even then, some of these stickers can be a right nightmare sometimes. Oh, is that the charger? Oh, it was the charger! Oh, for crying out loud. The charger was making that high-pitched sound. That explains it, because it has made that noise before. Well, not so much the charger, it's a battery bank. So who's still here? It says that we have 4 live viewers at the moment. Who have I still got watching me then? We've had a lot of people come and go today, which is very exciting to see. I don't think I've had that many people come and go for a live stream before. Very exciting stuff. No, that's not the brick I need to tidy up, it's this one. I have a lot more sticky residue to deal with. Black Bonnie, you're still here. Lovely. Thank you very much for sticking around. Thank you to anybody who was still here before, during, and after that lunch break. Again, not the most flattering thing ever to have to disappear for about 20 minutes. But, you know, it's, you have to make do, you know. Whilst I'm building a salt van. Ooh, the salt vans, they have that angled roof, like a triangular roof. Is that what am I thinking of the right one? Salt wagons with the, I don't know, where the roof basically, if I can hold on to it properly, where the roof kind of, there are 2 hands then, like that. Yes, I think. Okay, cool. You're building, meanwhile, I'm scrapping. How interesting is that? How ironic. No doubt the sea of parts here would be very useful for a lot of people, because there's so many good shapes here. Slope bricks, handle bricks, tiles and plates galore. That reminds me, actually, I think it was the last live stream I did where this got mentioned as well. There was a vlog that I did at the start of the year, and in that I showcased, or just showed rather, a sort of collection of boxes that had all of the parts from the Emerald Champion when that got scrapped. There was just so many, well, given the size of that engine, it had a lot of parts consumed in the first place. But taking it apart, it was really cool to see how many pieces I basically got back. I mean, you're obviously going to get them back in the first place because you scrapped the model. But, yeah, it's just so exciting to see all of that come back, you know? Plenty of pieces there. Another window, that's good. No, I need that. Right, that goes in the bin. So much lining tape lost already. I think that was a nice thing about having scrapped the Metroliner coronation first. There was no lining tape used for that model, so there was nothing to really throw away. Oh, that's fine. But you can't win them all, and it's not the most fun thing ever to have to take apart a model and throw away the lining on a model that has a lot of lining. This one doesn't have that much, but when we get to the other two coronations, well, if we do, there's a fair wreck that's going to go there. No, I think I'm good. Thought I was about to sneeze. I think I'm good. Maybe later on. Miscellaneous detail parts. I'll just chuck near those ones. Let's do the boiler first, because I know there's a bit more lining going on here. So this was a very cheaty thing that I did. You can kind of see where the lining meets there on some parts that I did not have at the time. You can now get these. Do I even have some there? No, I won't. It's a 1x1, but it's like a quarter circle tile, which at the time I didn't have, so I had to use a proper. You can see there with the lighting on this side how you can see that curvature. So that's a 2x2 round piece, and it's all, yeah, there we go, on the other side, all connected together with lining tape. A bit cheaty, but at the time, I don't think even at the time the pieces I needed to create that shape existed in red. Maybe they did, I don't know. It doesn't matter now. That's more lining tape thrown away. No. But lots of tiles and pieces coming back, so yes. Oh, I'm the first one by 2. Right. Oh. Yeah, just dealing with an itch one sec, and we're back. There. Oh, there's still a bit of lining on the underside. There we go. Let's get that. Can I use that? Come on, you can. No, fine. Fine. There's that one gone. Oh, oh, too far. Let's finish off the cab area, because why not? Oh, that's not good. Just got a Christmas song stuck in my head. So we're on our way to Crimbus. Crimbus is on its way. How many Christmas songs have you heard already? Went into work on November 1st. Straight away could hear Christmas songs. Oh, it's coming. Mariah Kelly as well. Is there a name? Mariah Kelly? I don't know, I don't keep up with music. Maria? No, it's Maria something. All I Want for Christmas. That bloody song, you know. All I want for Christmas is for it to actually be on time. Haven't heard that yet, mostly use MP3 files. No radio for me. Well, that's actually quite lucky. This is something that actually really bugs me, but it does make sense when you think about it. So with where I work, again, not wanting to reveal any details, a lot of Christmas stuff is put out straight away. And I saw Christmas items, like just a small amount of Christmas stuff, be put onto store shelves like the last few days of September. Like it was gonna ding October in a day or two, and Christmas stuff was already on its way out onto the onto the store shelves. Now that is really stupid because you don't get any. Well, you shouldn't get any of that out until November 1st. Just wait until then. But the problem is, it sells. There are people who will go out and buy Christmas stuff that early. And, you know, once people figure that out and people who run stores kind of clocked, okay, it's definitely worth it because people are going to buy it. So yeah, that's why Christmas stuff comes out so early. It ruins the fact that, you know, it's just, you know, Christmas stuff shouldn't be coming out that early to begin with. It makes sense because, you know, businesses found out that you can actually get that stuff sold straight away. And I'd much rather have Christmas stuff organized now than in December. I want to make sure that when December comes and goes, well, not goes, but when it basically dings December, I have everything I need ready and waiting. I don't want to have to go out and try and, you know, rush around and find a tree. Like, if you don't have a tree, a Christmas tree, when it dings December, I personally think you are not going to have a good Christmas. You are clearly leaving it too late. If you're one of those people who buys a Christmas tree from somewhere between the 20th of December, like in the last week before Christmas, at that point, if you still haven't bought a tree, because there are people who will rush around and get so much in the lead up to Christmas Day, I think that's abysmal. I don't know what goes on in other people's households, but again, I really don't like the fact that there are people who leave things that late. Like a Christmas of all things, like really? I don't know. Right, I'm mixing up parts. These go there, those ones go there. One thing that's really good about scrapping these two models is the fact that these are in red. And one thing I really need right now, because of my new giants, are red pieces. Because, of course, they're red. Red with yellow lining. Having said that, I think I said this earlier in the stream, but if you haven't seen it already, yesterday I uploaded my video on my third New Era Giant, Basilisk, which takes inspiration, the overall shape takes inspiration from the Pennsylvania T1, and some other custom elements are in that model. So if you haven't seen it already, make sure you go and do so, because it's not the best model it could have been, but at the same time, I'm really proud with how it's turned out. It's amongst the pile of models on the top of this box here, so I could show you, but it would be a bit of a hectic mess to do so. Besides, I'm focused on something else. So many grey parts. When I was putting the grey pieces away, I found out I got loads of these side-studded bricks in grey. I tend to focus on using black ones because I go to my black box more than my grey box. But yeah, it's pretty good to know that I've got these. So I can save myself having to buy more black pieces when I've got some more in other colours. Very handy. Okay, those ones there. I think side-studded pieces in general are just very, incredibly handy. Another one. The black ones, there you go there. Right, let me put this together. It's gone very quiet. All the active people who were in, all the people who were active in chat have disappeared. Seems most of them assumes that the break was permanent. Tell you what, then I'll make that change as well, because sure. Okay then. I need to watch how I'm sitting as well. Let's make sure I'm comfy. Ah, my first one of those back. Also, speaking of useful pieces, these minifigure base plates are way more handy than some people realise. Very good pieces. That one there. Another grey piece. That's actually quite discoloured. Right, I'll have to go there. Boiler's really coming down. It's come down to a pretty good shape. And now we've got some dark grey pieces. Oh, I think I've got loads of these dark grey brackets actually. But more 2x4 slate bricks in red coming back. That's lovely. Used up quite a lot of those during the build of Basilisk. Is that connect? No, that's just a bit stiff. Come on. Oh, there we go. Having mentioned the giant a few times now, it's worth pointing out, or at least just something to talk about, that I have 2 more giants left to build, or in mind that I want to build. So I've got the nameplates for them. If you saw my, I believe it was on, I think it was just on Instagram. I thought I posted it on Discord as well. I can't remember. But I got 5 sets of nameplates ordered. 3 are in use. The first 3 were Dragon, Manticore, and Basilisk. So Dragon and Manticore have been given to the first 2 giants. The very first one is Dragon, because Dragon's the coolest, and that first one is my favourite giant that I've built so far. And Manticore has gone to the second one with the double cylinder setup. Bit of a weird way to describe it. I don't know what the official name for it is. GLS, hello and welcome to the stream. Thank you very much for tuning in. And Basilisk was number 3, and that was what was just built. Number 4 and 5 are Kraken and Demon. So the name theme for these giants are mythical creatures. I've had that name in mind for, or at least that idea theme in mind, for a long time. And finally with these giants I've been able to use them. So yeah, I don't really know what, well, I know what one of them is going to turn out. I know Kraken is next. And I've got a very specific idea in mind for Kraken. Demon, I'm not too sure because, again, I've got ideas, but ideas that I was going to use, or at least I still got saved kind of in mind, I was going to originally use for Basilisk, but that turned into something completely different. I'm still happy with the end result because, you know, if I wasn't happy, I wouldn't have the model. But at the same time, there are still ideas I want to try and use, but finding a way to have them all fit together is something else entirely. So I'm not too sure how well things are going to go with the next 2 giants. Again, I do have things in mind for the first one, well, the next one rather, which is Kraken. But yeah, you know, I'm still floating things around. Things are still being figured out. I do have something else in mind. I'm not sure if I want to ultimately go ahead with it. It's possible, absolutely possible, but you know, it's something that's being bounced around at the moment. That's basically all I can really say. I don't want to spoil too much, you know. Luke, any ideas for 6-wide engine like Gordon for the piston rods? So you're making a version of Gordon that is 6-wide. And you want an idea for the piston rods. Okay. Well, I think, if anything, the same sort of technique I've used for piston rods for the longest time. Just use Technic bricks. You don't need to worry about using a second layer to, like this one. You don't need to worry about using a second layer to attach it to the cylinder, because if it's going to be 6 studs wide, then that really isn't necessary. If anything, just have the single rod. You could probably create something from, like, something poking out from the cylinder to maybe mimic or like fake some kind of connection. It's yeah, it's down to you, but if you want to use something thinner, then that's, again, definitely an option. But I think the easiest and frankly the best looking way is to just use some of these Technic pieces. It's bulky, I know, but it suited me for the longest time. If I wasn't happy with it, then I wouldn't have used these pieces for my locomotives. I haven't built 6 wide since, what, 2019 either, so I don't know how well this would actually look. It's definitely still worth a try, but if you were to make a Brittling quarter, for example, get some of these pieces. These are really cheap compared to buying a dedicated set of, I don't know, 3D printed drive rods, for example. There's pros and cons, but that's my best recommendation. For the drive rods, just particularly for a 6 wide model, you don't need to worry about having to make it so realistic, because it's only 6 wide. There's only so much you can really do. So hopefully that helped. Oh, go on then, fine. I am going to, since we're getting a load of pieces back, I am going to be a bit more purist. So this is an off-brand piece. I'm going to chuck that to a side. I have a box, the same size box I have for the parts I have sorted by colour, but that's dedicated to discolored and off-brand pieces. I technically do have another big box behind all of this in the storage area for a lot of off-brand pieces, but that's basically nothing. Okay, because in Brittling Studio, I'm having the hardest time trying for that after trying what Triniac said. Okay. Okay, by that, I'm guessing that you're making a digital model then. Even then, it doesn't matter which method you use. I mean, those are two, I mean, you've asked 2 different people, and it's no surprise you got 2 different answers. You know, play around with it, see which one you think looks better, and just go with that. But frankly, I think it would be better. This is one of those things where, if you are building it digitally, this is one of those things that you need to physically build and test, because not everything translates from digital to physical as well as you think it does. Might not be the best, might not be the most helpful thing for me to have said there, but I think there is only so much I can really give, if that makes sense, you know? Without seeing the model, I don't think there's much more I could really add. But again, the tip that I made is still there, of course. But it's ultimately kind of down to you, because if you're asking more builders, you're going to get more different solutions. Yeah, I don't have the bricks for it, so that's why, but I'll probably use your idea. Okay, dink. Again, this is the simplest idea. There are loads of other train builders that use something a bit more complicated and better looking than this, but the reason why I still use this is because it's very cheap. You know, to get the Technic part, you know, each Technic part here only costs a couple of pence each. Like, to get let me just do this. So that's 2 rod setups for wheels. The parts here won't cost any more than £1 in, like, or $1 total. It's crazy cheap. That's why I use these. In time, you might want to try different techniques to make something a bit more realistic, something a bit thinner. But yeah, it's not the end of the world to use these, because again, I've been using this method for the longest time. It still works. It still satisfies me. So there's not much to really worry about. It's okay. Is that? Oh yeah, there's a different size. Right, I need a drink. Where is the good stuff? Here we are. And that bottle is empty. It's a good thing I have a second bottle. Still not sponsored by Lucasade. Lucasade, get in touch. Right, how is the charge looking for the tablet? Still not that good, but honestly, it could be worse. It could be way worse. Okay, now to move on to the main part of the boiler, where I get loads of these 2x4 slopes back. Yes, love these. Love those parts so much. And there we go. Lots of jumper plates. So I said earlier in the stream, I'm definitely going to be getting a lot of jumper plates back, because some of the models I'm taking apart are 7 wide. And my jumper plates drawer for the black shelf thing over there is already full, and yet this little mound here is my collection of jumper plates I have acquired so far from models. That's a lot. I'm not going to squeeze that in. Dearie dear, this is going to be a bit of a problem. Is that an off-brand piece? Yes, that is. I can go away then. And this is where tweezers come in very handy. Sometimes better than the actual brick separator. And speaking of off-brand pieces, that's another one. And a lot of these particular slope parts are off-brand also. That's well, that's a bit of a shame in the sense that there was a, I believe it was a Wilco Blocks brand set that it was a train station, came with a train and a coach and of course a station. Came with 5 black track pieces, which is really cool because I've been able to use the black track for special decorated sections of my layout. But in turn, there were a load of what was basically on these pieces. There is a Lego store near me, and the Pig Brick Wall has loads of these on there at the moment. So I grabbed some, and now I've got a mix of off-brand and normal brand special curve pieces, which is a bit of a shame because I've gone through quite a lot of those. Now that I've topped up with proper ones, I need to start getting rid of the off-brand ones. Speaking of off-brand, here are some more off-brand pieces. Ah, but they're in red. I want to keep the red ones though. Like red and black off-brand pieces I don't mind keeping. Red is a bit iffy because there is a slightly different shade of red between brands. But black is black, right? That's always going to be the case. Oh, I don't know about you, but I'm actually a bit exhausted now. Oh, there's a transparent piece in one of the models. Interesting choice for me to want to use one of them. Not sure where that really came from, but okay. That was off-brand. That can go there. That can go over there. Three more off-brand pieces. That's not what you want to see. But we do have some more good bricks we can use. That's good. I don't know. Interesting. I suppose some of the parts I was using at the time are stand-ins for more proper parts I would use, because I've just found 2 of these 2x8 plates with holes in. I never really touch these, but that's interesting. I'll just keep that one there. We are getting there. The boiler of fury is basically now gone. We now need to go through the running board. Oh, was that? Yes, that was. You can see a particular shine to off-brand pieces. That's how you know which one's which. There's another one. Those are good ones. It's a good one. 1x6, which I don't have any others of at the moment. That's fine. That's that one there. Right, all these jumper plates can go over there. There we go. The viewer count has gone down quite a bit, which is a bit of a shame, really. I was hoping to really maintain an audience. I think that lunch break has really ruined it for most people. Not unreasonable, but at the same time, not the best thing ever. One thing I'm definitely going to be getting loads back are these tiny 1x1 round pieces. I use these for coal in tenders, so I'm going to be getting loads of those back. Lots. And that is a good thing. Detail parts, there we go. Now, the running board. Let's get this little technic bit off first. Let's do both ends. Red technic parts I'll have to keep separate, dark grey as well. That's right, because they can all just go in the same box. Time to just carry on, I suppose. So to anybody who's watching this as the VOD, or has this as the background, I'm probably going to go silent for a bit until some more people arrive, because I don't want to really chat to myself if I don't need to. I'm not that much of a talker in the first place, but because I'm doing a live stream, I want to be able to keep up entertainment. But there's no point in amusing an audience if there is no audience. I've got the stream repeat on my phone. Just saw me lean in. You know, there we are. Hello, very flattering angle. I'll check that one there. Oh yes, special tech piece. I need to keep that one to a side. Okay. Pieces I can use. That charger is still going. I'll know when the charger runs out because it's still making that high-pitched noise. I seriously doubt you can hear it, but not charger, power bank. But given that it's right behind the tablet, has it just stopped? No, it's still going. But yeah, I was going to say, given that it's right behind the tablet, wouldn't be difficult to hear potentially. Potatoes, hey RK? Boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew. I haven't seen Lord of the Rings in a very long time. And speaking of Lord of the Rings, that Rings of Power series is apparently really bad. I have not seen it, but reviews have told me it's not the best. Getting rid of the last bit of lining on the running board, and it gone. Look at that, all wrapped up around the tweezers. So many bracket pieces I've got back. This is really good because brackets are really handy parts. More destruction. More destruction. Okay. A piece just pinged off into the ether. Let me go grab that. It was way over there. Let's see how unflattering I can make myself look now. Right. There we go. I don't think I showed any skin. I think I'm good. Yeah, that's fine. Oh. Luke, could you possibly one day make a Haleman locomotive? What is a Haleman locomotive? That's not a name I've heard of before. Describe it to me. What kind of locomotive is that? You can post a pic in Discord and ping me as well if you want. Be a good way of making sure I see it. There. Ooh. So even then, like when you say something like it's a prototype steam electric. Oh, is that the steam locomotive with overhead pantographs? Is that what that is? The electric steam engine. And I've just noticed we have been streaming for 3 hours and 5 minutes. Oh boy. I'll tell you what, that actually does remind me, the electric steam engine. There was a time in the past, I do remember seeing it and wanting to make it because it was so crazy. Oh, these are 6x8s as well. I've got quite a few of these. Thanks to the pick-a-brick wall. But yeah, it was definitely. Oh no, it's a steam engine with an internal electric generator. Okay. I'll have a look at it after the stream. It might still be handy if you post a picture of it on Discord, just so there's a picture like ready to go, if that makes sense. Because if it's not the engine I'm thinking of, then I'm not going to be able to visualize it. Oh, and another one. I'm getting a lot of these minifigure bases back. Oh, more plates as well. Every Lego train base looks like this. Am I wrong? Maybe the simpler models do. There are some people out there who build Lego trains who are just completely crazy and build incredibly detailed models, but the way they're all held together is quite fragile. Oh, something fell over downstairs. That's okay though, because that's yeah, someone's down there. That's okay. That's like a controlled collision. Can you see? Yeah. So I'm just with the stream on my phone as well, just to read chat. My toe. That's the injured toe, by the way. The ingrown toenail. If I sit on this, like on this side in particular, if I crush that, that's gonna really hurt. Again, not a pleasant thing for me to say. I do apologise, but if you ever see me reshuffle myself after sitting awkwardly for a while, it's probably because of this. Okay, Guys. Right, okay, one of those parts I just dug up is very dirty. Do you know that large cab Ford German locomotive? Well, that's a no, straight away. It kind of looks like that, but with a small sloping front that almost resembles a plough. This is something I'm very unfamiliar with. I'm definitely going to look at a picture of this. Two really big. The Fury used two of these big brick pieces. That's something I never really use. That's interesting. Okay. German tank engine. Even then, I still don't have any familiarity with it. With a steam engine with an electric generator. Well, the days of experimentation with steam locomotion was quite radical, if anything. Oh, just this much to go now for Fury's running board. Nope. Look at the cylinders. Nice big chunky cylinders. I remember trying to figure this out as well. Was it Fury I had the issues with? I think so. It was either Fury or the W1 from way back, where this was how I made the cylinders. A selection of Technic bricks to kind of create this look. I haven't really been able to recreate this for anything, because then again, this isn't exactly the easiest thing to really make and kind of put onto a model. That's okay. More grey pieces that I'll need to take off. There you go. There we go. Posted the picture in the Discord server. Okay, I'll have a look at that soon. I think when I finish disassembling Fury, I'll have a look. Oh yes, another part that I'm really happy to get some more of back are these 1x2 Technic bricks with 2 holes. These are very handy pieces. Love them. Okay, so oh yeah, got some in dark grey as well. That's good. I'll check that one button there. Ooh. Okay. Right, that's those ones topped up. Right, I'll tell you what, let me have a look at that now, because why not? It's coming, don't worry, I'm having a look. In train? Oh no, I'll be, Ooh, Black Bonnie, I've just seen your salt wagon too. That's really nice. Real train chat. What in the hell is even that? Well, that's a very interesting locomotive. The front windshield looks like a pair of goggles. It looks like he's got a pair of goggles on. Yeah, well, that's definitely an interesting shape. It's not something I would see myself building, though. That's one of those engines where I would much rather see someone else give a go. Oh, piss. I just found that my PC shut down and restarted when I was on lunch break. Charge is still going. Right, at this point, it seems my entire audience has disappeared. So this is definitely going to be one of the more quieter moments in the stream. At this point, I'm going to wait for anyone to comment in chat in order to keep up the kind of conversation. This was inevitable, though, because we've gone on for over 3 hours. What about the rail Zeppelin? I had the idea for, well, an idea to build a rail Zeppelin years ago, but it was just an idea. I thought, meh, still not my thing. A couple of people have made a rail Zeppelin, and again, that's one of the many trains I look at and think, someone else can do a better job of that than I can. And this is a duck. Hello, thank you for coming back. We're currently scrapping the LMS Fury. This is all that remains of it. The last bits of the running board. Of the boiler, though, we still have the tender to do. Do I have an inverted? No, not yet. Inverted slopes. I think I'll turn that way too. I remember when I used to give all my engines golden buffers. How singular. Any thoughts on Daisy the rail car? I tell you what, I was tempted to make Daisy, but the only reason why I'm not going to is because my Thomas character box is full. The last selection of Thomas characters I made filled the box, so one of these, that's now completely filled with Thomas characters. If I make more, I'll have to put them in another box. And that's not something I really want to do, because I would love to be able to take Thomas characters to shows, but there is always the issue of getting the boxes to and from the venue to the house, and I just want to make sure I'm not moving so much at once. I think I might. There's so many characters I still want to make. I toyed with the idea of making Hero, which I again might make one day. Daisy again would like to make one day. Some other characters will definitely be on the list. It's just a matter of storing them now. Again, those are characters I would like to make, but space is the priority now. I'll focus on that after Bristol Brick Show, because once that show's come and gone, I can change priorities with my Lego Railway, and then I can think about it then. I'll have some more parts available for it, of course, which will definitely help. Yes, I do need a warehouse. That would be very nice. Mm-hmm. Oh, I think the charger stopped. What's the battery looking like? Oh no, it's still going. There's a tiny bit of power left to squeeze out. I haven't done anything with them. I'm going to keep that over there. Yeah. I'll tell you what, that's something that just came up. Is there anybody here who has heard of the YouTube channel The Yogscast? I mentioned charity live streams and singing in the past, or earlier in the stream rather. Yogscast are doing their Jingle Jam once again. Very much looking forward to that. Last year they had the Longest Johns on for to kind of fill a gap for one of their streams. That was when I rediscovered the Longest Johns. I kind of knew of them beforehand, but that was the stream that kind of made me really enjoy their music, and that's also part in why I am doing one of their songs for the Christmas concert on December 17th. So yeah, I really hope the Longest Johns get a second. It might, I doubt it because it was kind of just a one-off thing. But I would love it if Lewis was able to get them back on, you know. And that is Fury's boiler completely scrapped. All the parts back. Lovely stuff. Now we need to do the tender, which is about there we go. Let's have a quick drink. Again, the good stuff, Liquid of Life. Apparently not sold in the US. That's a bit of a shame. Oh, lovely. Right. Onwards. Oh, that's another thing. With the Jingle Jam, that is. I really hope they do their live walkabouts, because the past few years, last year and I think the year before, yeah, last year and the year before, they didn't do a live walk around Bristol city centre. I hope they do this year, because that's an opportunity for me to see them in person. I live very close to where the Yogscast are based, so if I can actually say hello to some of them in person, that would be incredible. I did actually meet Lewis and Leo back at the Galleries Lego show last year. They were there when the show was going on, kind of just bumped into each other. I don't think I told this story, but they were at the show. Well, they were just at the galleries because it's a shopping mall, and we were able to do a Lego show there, which was really cool. And I saw them in the corner of my layouts. I turned to them in the corner, and they're just both there. They're kind of looking just at some of the details. I just kind of just, I suppose, stride over. I don't know. I just make my way over to the corner where I see him. I go, I recognize you. and I had a really lovely conversation with them, got a picture, and it was just it was a really incredible moment. That weekend for that Lego show, that was the first time I got my big layout together after having spent about 6 months kind of making it. But never mind about that. I met my favorite YouTubers. That made my weekend. Yeah, it was really cool. The other cool thing is, I made a Jingle Jam highlight because of that. So when they did their Triforce podcast live recording, I made a comment on in the chat that said, "Hey Lewis, I don't know if you remember, but we met when you came to the Gallery's Lego show earlier in the year." Then Pyrian decides to go off on one. Mr. President, they got this new enemies called AFOL, and then it's a whole thing. It was lovely. But yeah, this is one of those moments where you can kind of sit back and go, oh, I just made a highlight moment, you know? That weird sort of feeling, I don't know. But it was really cool to meet Lewis. He's a proper good person, he is. And hopefully I'll be able to meet him once again in the future. YogCon would be a cool thing to do, assuming they do another one. They only did the one back in 2019. If they did a second one, tickets would definitely sell for it. Obviously, that happened in 2019. Then the pandemic began, and that kind of halted plans for a second one. But that doesn't mean another one can't happen in the future. I would love to be able to kind of go there. And because the LEGO user group I'm in is also based in Bristol, which is where the Yogscast is based, I wonder if we can get a thing going for it. That'd be really interesting to try and take part, because a lot of the Yogs are fans of LEGO. So I wonder if it's possible. I have to sacrifice more lining. 9. I don't like seeing this lining go to. I can't. The thing is, I said this earlier. I can't reuse this lining. It doesn't have the same amount of stick to it once you take it off. It's tape. It's literally tape. So if you take it off and try to reapply it, it won't stay stuck down, and it will look kind of wrinkled in some places, and it's kind of just ruined. Oh well. Oh well. Oh, that reminds me. I need to buy some more rolls. But I'm purposefully waiting to make sure that the colour that I need comes back in stock. So after the stream, I'm going to have to double check that. Do I not have any? No, I suppose not. There we go. More red tiles. Oh, pardon. Okay. Oh, let's do this one next. Go on then. Here we go. Nice, plentiful coal bed. Oh. Loads of 1x1s to ping off. I've got to go. Thank you very much for tuning in for as long as you have, RK. You have been a wonder to talk to. Pleasure to talk to, rather. Wonderful to have you along. That's what I'm trying to say. Does YouTube videos, still can't talk properly. Oh well. There we go. Come on. Sorry. Oh, now it goes quiet again. The time is currently 2:25 in the afternoon here in merry old England, and it is already starting to get dark. I've kind of just noticed how different the lights is compared to how it was earlier in the day. Once it gets to about 4:30, it's gonna get really dark. And I think depending on how dark it gets, like if it's not easy to see what I'm doing or just anything on camera, then I think at that point I will have to end the stream. We've been going for about 3.5 hours as well. It's pretty good. the longest stream I've done so far. The only other long stream I've done was the 10-year anniversary live stream I did back in April. As in, my channel has... Ooh, my channel is over 10 years old. Oh, speaking of 10 years old, well, technically 11 years old. November 11th. That's the day Skyrim came out. Anniversary Edition 2. Oh dear. When does Starfield come out? What's that? I need to look at that as well. When does Starfield? I think that's the same day. November 11th. I am going to have to look that up as well. Sadly, I'm not going to get Starfield because, well, first of all, I can afford it, but I don't really have that kind of money to waste. Secondly, I think it's not going to run well on my PC. It's just so good. It's one thing I'm really happy with when it comes to taking apart these models. Getting all these bricks back is one thing, but one particular part I love seeing like come back are all of these massive plates. It's just, they're so handy. Love it. Brush, you needed. No, never mind, that's not coming off. Okay. Let's do that right. Still got some more lining to take off. That is only an off-brand piece as well on the corner. Try and get him that way. No, God, it's really stuck down. Oh, and it started to rain. Depending on how rainy it gets, you might be able to hear it. If you're lucky. Like I said at the beginning of the stream, my bedroom here is the loft. So, the ceiling of my room is the roof of the house. So, depending on how heavy the rain gets, you might hear the rain. So, yeah, quick heads up. Because if it goes down, it really gets loud. When was it? I think it was like a couple of days or maybe even a week before the clocks went back. There was a night where it just really hailed, and it was so loud, like during the night when I was sleeping. Not enough to wake me up or anything like that, but it was just really loud. Quite crazy, to be honest. Oh yeah, some more on this side. Oh, I can do it this way. That helps. Never mind, that's only the one piece. Again, a moment like this, using tweezers helps, but just gotta make sure I don't scratch the actual bricks. There we go. Oh, and the thin lining as well. Forgot about that. Trying to figure out lighting as well because the camera reacts. As you can see there, the camera on the tablet is reacting. That's definitely going to mess with with the stream. I think that's the most annoying thing when it came to recording videos as well. Having to get the camera to focus and get the lighting to work and behave. Right. I will handle the letters kind of off camera. Apologies if that caused any kind of reaction. I don't think that's going to be any kind of problem, but I do need to be a bit more sensitive just in case any viewers have epilepsy, for example. Again, that sort of thing probably won't trigger anything, but it's always good to be conscious and aware of what you're doing. Where? There. Okay then, we are really getting along. There's some more good parts in here, that's really good. Do I have any threes? Not yet, okay. Well, on the plus side, it's gotten a bit brighter. On the bad side, the rain is really starting to pick up now. The parts you use when you've run out of the pieces you need. Oh dear. That's alright though. Ah yes, seeing as the letters on the side of the tender for fury were gold, I didn't use yellow ones. That reminds me, I need to get behind all the boxes there to find the silver and gold letter sheets, because I've got a fair whack over there. I might need to buy a new one anyways, but for one of the upcoming giants, it will be needed. Do you think you'll ever branch out from Lego trains again like you did with tugs? Yes, I will. And you know what? I'm actually quite glad you asked. So, in the new year, I'm going to be rebuilding my layout. And there is a room downstairs I'm going to be using to make the new version of the layout. And the idea is I'll be able to make the layouts down there whenever I need to. I probably won't bring it to any shows, depending on how easy it is to box up. It'll be way smaller than what I've got at the moment, but that's also kind of the point. After that gets dealt with, I want to get the layout finalized first before I focus on anything else. But I still want to try and make two other things. So first of all, I still have my model of Deathwing, which is the big dragon. The dragon head and the wings are on top of my wardrobe. You can't see it at this angle because obviously, well, first of all, the wardrobe is behind the camera. Secondly, it's in a position where I don't think it's ever really been on camera outside of potentially appearing in the background of live streams. I would like to finish that off and make the full dragon body, and the idea for that model is for it to be about 5 feet tall. I've got an idea in mind on how I can make it work, but when railway stuff kind of slows down to a point where I've got everything I want sorted out with the layout, I can then get that sorted. After I build Deathwing, I would love to make Hercules, because I bought a lot of yellow parts and other pieces dedicated to making Hercules. I even said I've got the Hercules project ready to go, but then nothing really came of it. Lego trains just became too distracting. And yeah, it's the only two things I really got on my mind outside of Lego trains. Well, outside of anything railway focused at least. But yeah, there are other things I do want to make. It's just, you know, eventually I will get around to them. It'll be nice to make something else that isn't railway themed as well, because the frustrations with railways is ever mounting. Fred Boy, hello, good to see you. Thank you very much for making it to the stream. What are we building? Well, I'm afraid you'll need to double check the title. We're not building, we're scrapping. I have with me a box next to me. as you could probably just hear there, a bunch of models that I am going to be taking apart. These are models that I do not want anymore. They no longer fit my build standard or my build style, and I could really do with some parts. So far, the Metroliner Coronation has been scrapped. I'm very almost done with scrapping the LMS Fury. Up next, I will be scrapping the Hogwarts Express, tender included, of course. So we're not building anything, I'm afraid. We are scrapping. We're building back our stock of parts for future use. And I think I'm going to put those in the normal red box. Yes. Okay, so where was the other? There they are. It would be nice to make another tug. I think Hercules is the best one to go for, because the idea with Hercules is going to be the same size as the actual screen used prop, which is about 3.5 feet long. It's crazy big, but that's the point. I was going to make OJ as well, but OJ being a paddle tug, I think that's a bit too intimidating. Again, I'm having to figure out how I'm going to store these models. So yeah, I think that's something to keep an eye on in the future. Deathwing is something that will definitely have to be assembled and disassembled, obviously. A Lego model that's 5 feet tall with massive wings, you know, it's not something you can just shuffle around the house as one piece. Something pings off as well, you know, that's going to be a nightmare to deal with. Have you ever considered making a mock of Chuggington? If so, a good character would be the Brewster, since he's a class 55 Deltic. I have never watched Chuggington, and frankly, I never will watch Chuggington. I don't know how many people actually like Chuggington, but I don't think that's what I'm going to do. Chuggington is... it's nothing to me. I'm not going to make anything from Chuggington. Not something I really have concern over, frankly. Maybe try making them in sections, like having technically... Yes. Hercules will be built up in the same style as Titanic, again, like you just said, with those Technic pins. That is exactly what I'm going to be doing. And Deathwing will kind of be the same. I don't know how easy that will be. I think it will be more, not so much Technic pins, but there'll be sections where there'll be tiles on top, but then like an insert in the middle where it can just slot into place. So I don't have to worry about disconnecting pins if I want to take them up and take it apart and move it around. Because if I have to try and, you know, get pins undone, that's going to be really frustrating, because, you know, having to, like, you know, squeeze the pin, you know, that sudden jolt of movement, if that causes me to tumble and drop part of the model, that is a bad time calling right there. Well, we'll figure that out when we get there. Figure that out when we get there. Need to remember to stop pronouncing my T's. I don't want to increase the stereotype of British people not pronouncing T's. That's something that actually really triggers me. But that doesn't matter. And a 55 Deltic, having mentioned that, I have thought about making one in the past, but not quite there for it, you know. I am going to be building a diesel in the future. I've got an idea for that. But again, I will leave that for future things to be sorted out first. There's a specific way I want to make that diesel, and I'm still in the planning stages. That's all of the red parts dealt with. And that's, I don't know. Took about the same amount of time to disassemble. That's it. I'm not sure what else I would build outside of railway stuff, you know. I would definitely want to get that dragon made. I definitely want to get Hercules done at some point. I might rebuild 10 cents to be a bit more detailed. I don't know. It would definitely help. I might just have to make the hull lower, just so it looks like he's actually at water level. Just lots of things to really think on. The same? Not quite. I have been brainstorming ways to build Coco as an 8-wide model. I have been studying the shape of Backman quite a lot. The cabin nose are probably going to be the most intimidating part. Yep, I think given that it is a diesel, I suppose. I don't think there are any Chuggington characters that are steam engines. You'll have to correct me if I'm wrong, because you know I don't watch Chuggington, never have, and never will. But diesel noses are just a naturally difficult shape to get correct, which is part in why I haven't bothered with one in the past. Well, not a proper one at least. Not to say it's impossible, but at the same time, the challenge is still there. The character Olwyn is an A5. An A5? What's an A5? Is that a typo or A4? Okay. Well, I've already built an A4. I've got Spencer. But that's pretty good though, you know. I never liked Chuggington when I was younger. It was just a thing to watch when I wasn't watching Thomas. Alright, well, I suppose so. I don't think Chuggington was ever on. Maybe I was too old for Chuggington when it came on the air. I don't know. Again, just not a show I'm familiar with. Are we still charging? Nope, the charger has run out. Oh, come on. There we go. So the tablet is now on 73% power. When the tablet runs out of power, that'll basically be when the stream ends. It'll be a while still, but, you know, need to be cautious of that thing. That's a little bit left of the tender. Just a standard bulk section now. Back at the stage where I can't really shuffle that much further forward and really do this on camera because I'm surrounded by bricks. I watched Chuggington just as much as I watched Thomas when I was younger. I had all the die-cast wooden models alongside my Thomas stuff. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, there was definitely an audience for it. I just skipped it, that's all. Does it ever hurt to scrap models? Does it ever feel sad to see them go? Well, scrapping a model is something that is it's a decision that it's not one that I make really overnight. These models I haven't touched or used in a long time. Some of these models were taken up to 8 studs wide, and once I made those modifications, I haven't touched them since. So that's enough justification for me to go, right, I clearly don't care about the model anymore. I need parts. There's other models I want to make. You know, storage space is also something I need to keep up with. So, you know what? That model's going to go. That one. Some off-brand pieces. Is it sad to see them go, though? Well, not really. The decision to want to scrap them is one that you kind of ultimately make when you consider all those factors. Again, do I really care to want to use this model again? Am I that desperate for parts? You know, so on and so forth. There's a number of things that kind of go into whether you want to scrap it or not. So, does it hurt or is it sad? No, just ultimately no. It's just a final decision that takes a while to go up to. Again, it's been a while since I've last touched these models, but it's taken all of that time from last using them to now, where I'm now at the mindset of, yes, I want to scrap these models. So not the worst thing in the world. Not the most evil thing either, I don't know. Not the most accurate word, but I hope you get what I mean. And there we go, that is the tender of LMS Fury now scrapped. And that's the second model scrapped of the day. Yep, we're only 2 models in. I did not think it would take this long. Well then. There we go. That's second model officially done. Oh, I need to stretch. Oh. Right then, so that is the first of 2 red models scrapped. Up next, we have Magic Choo Choo, the Hogwarts Express. No, I did not actually forget the name, you did not hear that. Right. This one's going to be interesting because there's a couple of specific parts in here that don't really belong in any of the specific boxes I use to store parts. Oh, that still doesn't apply to the part. We don't need that. I can where is that one? Let's see. Just put that there. Okay then. Have you ever considered doing something like a Japanese bullet train? A Japanese, well, a bullet train. Not really. Again, I'm very singularly minded on building steam locomotives because there's much more character and excitement in seeing a steam locomotive compared to a diesel or electric, at least in my mind. Not to say that diesel and electrics don't have character. It's just, you know, that's just my build preference. And a bullet train or like a high-speed train sort of thing, it has not really come across my mind because there hasn't really been one that I've wanted to make. I kind of have a well, I don't have a replacement, but there is a stand-in for that. I got my dad the Blue Bricks Eurostar set, which is in a box over there, and that's still built up. It's nice and safe, and it's the Eurostar. It's a high-speed train, and that's kind of our stand-in for that sort of train type. Now, again, it's not mine, so I can't really do that much with it. But at the same time, it's the closest thing I'm really gonna do anything with in terms of high-speed passenger train stuff. So, I'll give that to a side. So yeah, it's not really gonna happen. A bullet train, nah, not really. Again, kind of, I know what I want to make. I kind of stick to that. That's fair. I've always loved the Shinkansen. The E2 series has always been my favourite. There is a guy in the UKR, a fellow clubmate, who has built a Zero Series Shinkansen. A Zero Series Shinkansen. It is a 6-wide model. He does have a YouTube channel, which I sadly can't remember the name of, but he has posted a video of the model online. Again, I can't remember the channel name. I remember the channel name, so I'll let you look it up. It's a really good model as well. So if you have some spare time and want to check a look, just type in Lego Zero Series Bullet Train. Is the Zero Series a Shinkansen? This is outside of my area of expertise, so I'm probably getting the name wrong. But all the same, it's a lovely model. See this? That's two pieces, like two flat pieces together. Hiya! Very easy. Well, that's a very cheating thing to do because tiles have this little lip on the bottom of them. Don't know if you can hear. That's my fingernail rubbing against that sort of lip bit along the bottom, which is what makes it easy to remove. Just look at that boiler shape though. I'm really happy with that. Shinkansen is the name for the bullet train. Okay, cool. I got that bit correct. Speaking of cool, check these out. Parts that I discovered about a month ago, maybe? I don't know. Whenever it is I built this version of Hogwarts Express. A 1x1 Technic brick, but with a cross-axle piece in it, instead of a normal Technic hole, or like a Technic pinhole. I'll put that over there for now. Actually, yeah, I'll just do that, sure. Yeah, that's a very cool piece. It's a quite handy one as well. One piece I've been getting loads back of, which is quite understandable, is the 2x1 Technic piece with the middle hole, because you need a load of these to put the cross-axle piece in to hold the wheels. The number for that part, I'm assuming you mean this one. I don't know. I never really note down or kind of keep in mind parts numbers or anything like that. I think if you type in 1x1 Technic, that should be a good starting point, at least on Bricklink. But yeah, these are, it's a very cool piece. These do come in, well, light grey, obviously, they do come in black. I think they come in a few other colours as well. But yeah, it's worth having a few just to keep in your stock because, again, surprisingly useful. Okay then. Time to destruct. Well, actually, before I do that, I want to take apart a few specific pieces. There are some parts that need saving first. I'm not going to be that careless. Let's put this over there. Another jumper plate. Some specific pieces. The Bearded Warrior, hello. Very good to see you. Thank you very much for tuning in. How's the scrapping going? It's going quite slowly. We are about to ding the 4-hour mark. We've been going for 4 hours. And so far, we've scrapped 2 models. We've started scrapping the 3rd model out of about 7 or 8. There was a list. I made a post about what models I'm scrapping, and there's a list of them. And this is, yeah, it's taken about an hour and a half to scrap per model. But I'm also organising the parts as I scrap them, so I can get these put away in a very clean and organised way. And 7, 8, 9, 4 hours. Yay! Ah, lordy lord. Well, it's 4 hours for me. I don't know if it's delayed for anyone. But yeah. This is definitely the longest stream I've done so far. But yes, the scrapping process, whilst slow, it's still going really nicely because, you know, the parts I'm getting back from all of this is absolutely wonderful. And it will definitely help to have my stock replenished for future models. Have you ever considered building a Lego hammer that you can use to scrap by smashing them? No, but I have made a Lego power hammer. The video, well, I have made a video on that model, but the video has been set to private. If you know what a blacksmithing power hammer is, think along those lines, where I've been able to make something where it can, there's a, where is it, like some of these pieces, 2x2 round pieces in the middle that acts as the hammer, and there was a power function set up where I was able to turn it on, and it made that piece kind of come down. And it was more so just a power hammer for the sake of trying to make a power hammer. It didn't actually prove to be useful for anything. It was just a thing I wanted to try and experiment with, see if I can make it work. And yeah, technically it did, but you know, it's a bit of a silly model. But no, I'm not going to make a full-on hammer to smash models with. I'm not that ludicrous. Right, I also need those pieces. There we go. But I will do this. Hi-ya! That did not go as smoothly as I thought it would. Destruction. More destruction. Right. There we go. Lots of parts to scrap. That's what a friend of mine did to scrap some of his larger models. It works decently well. Well, the thing is, you're whacking plastic on plastic. It's not going to deal that much damage, but at the same time, there's always the possibility that you might hit some of the Lego in a way where it'll not dent them, but it will leave a mark. And besides, not everyone's crazy enough to want to make a hammer in the first place, to smash apart Lego models. There. There. That one there. Oh, my legs. Oh. Still think dropping them is better. Well, that's actually a good point in the sense that I don't think that would work for my models. My models are somewhat basic in detail, but at the same time, that means they're sturdy. So if well, there's no, I don't know. I want to make sure that doesn't bump anything. Like, not even the top pieces came off. If I try and, okay, something came off, but even then, it was a very weak. Well, yeah, it was kind of weak. I suppose if I dropped it from a higher distance, it would be way more spectacular. But again, I'm not going to do that. I'm not that kind of Lego person. To be honest, I just use a real... No, don't use a real hammer on Lego. I'm pretty sure you're joking when you say that, or at least I hope you are. But if you whack Lego with like a proper metal hammer, that's going to seriously damage the parts. Again, I'm assuming you're joking, but for goodness sakes, don't actually do that. Even then, if I say to you, yeah, go on then, that sounds like fun, then you do it and you go, oh, Luke, my Lego bricks broke. Why did you tell me to do it? Now all of a sudden I've got angry people coming at me for telling them to do something stupid. You know, not something I want to be a part of. What percentage are we on? Back to the... Yeah, that's all right. I'm joking. Yeah, I know, ultimately you are joking. But it's at the same time, there are people out there who will actually do so. And those kind of people don't really value Lego at all. I've had an engine fall off my track and still be mostly intact, and you know how high my track is. Yeah, that's quite impressive, to be honest. Fair enough. Okay. Time to get rid of some more lining. And this is the more intricate one, where it's got the kind of two-tone lining, orange background with a black middle piece. Fairly easy to remove because the previous version of the Hogwarts Express had this same lining strip. So this is technically like reapplied lining, so it's already quite easy to get off. There we go. Ooh, that's a bit of sticky residue on there. There we go. Oh yeah, another transparent piece. I need to put over the other one. Now then, I'll say this now, just as a kind of like a heads up, I suppose. My tablet is now going to be, well, it's currently on 68% battery. And when I went for my lunch break, it was around that point. It basically had about that much, and it's been on charge since. But it only went up to about 76, 77%. So the power bank I've got is now completely depleted, and my phone also needs charging as well. I'll have to, well, I'll do that later, that's alright. But yeah, the stream will probably come to a close after I finish scrapping the Hogwarts Express, because this is taking a long time to do, and there's only so much charge I can really supply to the tablet before it properly dies. Okay. I've been turning set 40518 into a robot recently. Right now I'm making a set of combiner limbs and weapons using a mock I created based off the Japanese Sleeper Express train. Oh yeah, is that you in the Discord server who's made so 40518 is that the 4-wide high-speed train from the creator line, and you're the one who's been posting the what's the word, like not quite like half Transformer, half Gundam style big robots that are basically the like Lego train versions. Yes, that was you. Excellent. Okay. See, my brain does work. Yeah, I have been seeing that, and I saw that you had your version with the obviously that set's there, and another one that was it like blue and yellow? It was definitely blue. There was I remember seeing some blue in that. But they've come along really well. There's definitely elements of both. Based off a robot called a Shinkalion. Something I am unfamiliar with, but no doubt looks pretty good, having seen it in the Discord server. Oh, my legs. Sitting cross-legged for so long is really uncomfortable. I wish I had a desk. It would be nice to kind of have a desk. Well, there is one downstairs, but the thing is I'm not arranged to have things work like that at the moment, which is a bit of a shame. I did have a desk over there, so that back area, but that was a nightmare to keep. And I don't quite miss that one either. That needs to go there. Tweezers to the rescue. That needs to shuffle in the way. Shinkalion was a line of Playrail models that transformed into robots. It got an anime in 2018 and reboot in 2021. Ah, so it's actually quite recent. And it's Playrail. Very interesting. And they transformed as if trains needed a gimmick. Well, if you know, if people like them, then yeah, fair enough. But I think companies need to learn from Wubba. You know, Thomas is a train. Let him do train things. He doesn't need to transform or anything like that. That's what I mainly use as a basis for my mock. Well, it's definitely quite the something to behold. I'm definitely one for more unique builds in the Lego Railway side of things. But it's more so along the lines of custom design locos and kind of fantasy-esque locos. So I'm a bit torn on the robot. I don't want to say this in a way where it kind of sounds like it's bad or anything. It's not bad at all. It looks really cool because, again, I've seen them in the Discord server and they are fascinating models. But it's that blend of mixing it with something else as if it's trying to be a gimmick. I just can't help but think about the Wubba episodes for Thomas. It's like you butchered him. But at the same time, that's not something I really do or touch, so my comments here are basically null and void. I do apologize. I mean, again, I'm not trying to say that in a way where I'm trying to dump on your models or anything. It's just I'm not familiar, so straight away it's like not up my alley, if that makes sense. Keep making them though, because you can definitely get that definitely seems like something where you can make loads of liveries for. I don't know if it's limited to the models that came out in the Playrail series, but you can probably make I don't know, like what is time to use my train knowledge now, like a like a British Railways HST 125, whatever the name for that is. The black and white with some yellow on there, a bit of black in there as well. I understand. Excellent. Thank you very much. But yeah, there was that. So basically, you can definitely make some more version, like a TGV, like the Horizon Express. You can make like a Horizon Express version of one of those robots. There's like so much more room to expand, like a Eurostar version as well. I think that's the more exciting side of it because you know, there's the ability to kind of mix a few things together. You've been toying with the idea? Yeah, that's definitely a possibility. I mean, if anyone can pull it off, it's definitely going to be you as well. So there's some ideas. I'll keep that one there. Those ones over there. That one there, and that one there. Oh, we are slowly but surely getting closer to the end. Well, we still need the tender to do. We're not actually that far away from where we were previously. I've already reliveried the set into an E3 Comanche and East, so those will probably be next ones I work on, since I already have the basic blueprints. Okay, no doubt we're going to see them in the Discord server too. What would you put that under? Like other mocks? I mean, they are trains, but they're also robots. Well, I suppose they fit in both channels. You know, like, why not? More lining gone. Ugh. Sticky residue doesn't clean up, it's actually quite annoying. I know I said I didn't really care for high-speed passenger train stuff, but I do want to see you try a TGV and a Eurostar version of those robots in the future, because I think those are the two most well-known, or two of the most well-known high-speed trains. So to see them in that sort of transformer form would be really interesting to see. Oh, I got that one earlier. That's that one. More brackets. I will have to do those, since that would be pretty cool. I may start brainstorming how to build the nose parts later today. Yeah, you know, if you got the time, definitely today. I don't think it needs to be that different, to be honest. You could definitely use that small 4-wide set just as a standard basis. I don't think you need to worry too much. Well, this would just be me personally. I don't think you would have to worry about recoloring, or rebuilding rather, the sets too much to make it resemble the train so much, because again, it's only 4 wide. There's only really so much you can do at that scale. I think you would just recolor the set so it appropriately looks like the TGV and the Eurostar. I think that'll be enough. But again, that's just, you know, that's me from my own side of things. Oh, do I have any side studs? No, I'll have to go there then. Right, so there. I've got so many red 1x1s. Right, I need to put something on charge. Let me put this on charge. Oh, I need to stand up. My legs hurt. Oh, seriously, sitting cross-legged for like an hour is really bad for your thighs. But ow, toe, ow, everything's hurting now. For fuck's sake. There we go. Oh, my eyes. You're gonna hear me make a bunch of old man noises, you know. That's fine, I'll put the phone on charge later. Oh, God. There we go. still got a while to... Oh, we haven't even... We're nowhere near doing the tender yet either. Oh, this is taking forever. I was a bit disappointed with the finished mock since I couldn't engineer a way to allow it to transform like I had been hoping. That's a very tricky thing though, because there are people who have been able to make successful Transformer Lego toys, but even them having to figure out how everything is supposed to move and shift around and still come together in a, you know, like a proper shape, it's still a very difficult thing to figure out. And yeah, so long as you're happy with how the model turned out, you know, that's all you really need. Right, I can turn this one. Oh, that's enough brown part, that's why. I don't need that one. I got loads of 1x1s and 1x2 bricks in red. Don't need many more of them. I can chuck that one there. Oh, more brackets. I've got enough now, I don't want any more. Right. Now that we have that section done, I am going to disappear for just a moment. I need to spend a penny, shall we say. So that means I get to use the break sign again. Oh, yep. There. I haven't got any of those yet, so I'll put them on there. Ooh. Right. So, I've actually got the Mecha Bricks file open right now, and I'm working on the palette swap for the TGV. Very cool. That should be easy to do, because I think the TGV livery is just a simple... Well, just thinking back to the Horizon Express, it's basically just orange, little bits of black and white lining, but that's easily done brick built. Right. Yep. I will be making the TGV on its own Zeoliner, based off the French conventional line train. Maybe a Trans-Europe Express unit could work as well. Yeah, maybe. Right, then, folks. I am needed elsewhere for just a moment. Nature is calling. Time to use this sign again. There we go. I will only be a moment. You need not worry. I will be back in just a minute. Oh, hello, I return. That one. Oh. Sorry, I've just realised there's this sort of semicircle of parts around here where I've been sitting. It's actually quite amusing to look at. Oh, yeah. Go. Take another seat. Yes, Duck, I don't know if you were here earlier, Duck, but that sign was used earlier today when I went to go have lunch. Literally just used it this morning to kind of, well, I'm mostly very low techie, so I don't have an on-screen graphic, so I just got this thing. Oop, there we go. That should be the last break of the day, depending on how things go. Thank you to everyone who stuck around. That is a comment I'll have to answer later on. Okay then, we've still got quite a bit to go with the boiler of the Hogwarts Express. And then we got the tender. But depending on how much power the tablet has by the time I get to that point, stream might have to end. Well, even then, I think I said earlier that after the Hogwarts Express, I'm going to end the stream anyways, because this has been a very long stream, well, it's a good stream altogether, to be honest. It's just a shame that, well, earlier I was able to get a good chunk of people here for concurrent viewing, which was very fun. But then I had lunch, and everybody disappeared, which is a bit of a shame, but not unexpected. I still think that worked in my favour in the sense that the different time zone as to when this stream started was beneficial for some. That's off-brand. Oh, that's over 2 bricks. Right, I'm going to have to keep that together then, aren't I? Yes. That's not off-brand, but that looks horrible. Very well then. Oh yeah. It's like a circle of salt, but this one repels people who glued Lego bricks together. I have, well, actually, yes, I have glued bricks together. Not on a train mock though. So the current model of Deathwing I have on top of my wardrobe, the wings are going to be completely rebuilt, but there are a few areas of the wings as it curves. There are a few areas where the kind of, well, it doesn't necessarily curve, it goes up, then straight, then downwards. It's very square, so to say. And there's a few points where it kind of, well, on each corner, that's what I'm trying to say, on each corner where it kind of angles downwards, there's points where parts kind of unsnap. And I've had to use glue in a couple of places to make sure it all works. I think the glue is used on like other brand parts, so I think I'm ultimately safe, but that's the only time I've ever had to like probably need to use glue. But that's okay, because again, the wings are going to be rebuilt. The wings I made are absolutely tiny, and when I rebuild Deathwing, I've got an idea in mind as to how I want to do it. Sculpture-esque. So all the wings are going to be brick built compared to what it is now. Compared to what it is now with the cloth that I've got. Having to get rid of some of the... There we go. Oh, come on, right. Some of the lining I've used is around the... Can you see that? Yeah, about there. Got some orange lining around the window that was used at the cab. Nice to get some red window pieces back as well. They're not that common, apparently. Or if they are, they're just expensive. Which doesn't necessarily help either. Rub off the sticky residue, and we're good. So I finished the palette swap for the TGV. Now I'm going to move on to creating a weapon for it. I'm thinking something like a spear. Yeah, I can see a spear working for that. Very pointy. Oh, what you should do, have the top of the spear be like a normal V shape, and then have like TG on it, if that makes sense. So it looks like it says TGV. Maybe the wording, the letter, if you were to hold it upright with the spear point like facing upwards, the V would obviously be the spike, but then it will say GT, so it'll basically say TGV, but the letters will be upside down for it to make sense. Maybe that might not work, but I don't know, thematically I thought that was quite cool. Right. 3 sections left to go for the boiler. This is still only my 3rd model. I've got so much more to scrap. So many more parts that need unparting. Oh, be careful. How many do you have? How many what? Models? Yeah, double check that one sec. To scrap, okay. So the Metro Knight Coronation and the LMS Fury have been scrapped. The Hogwarts Express is being scrapped at the moment, so that's number 3. I've got the other 2 coronations, the white and the black ones, that's 5. I've got my Southern Railways, West Country, my 9F, and my Polar Express. So that is 8 models that are going to be scrapped. So 2 out of 8 models have been scrapped so far. Number 3 out of 8 in progress. Oh, it's taken a while. It's taken a while. I might simplify that idea and put TGV on it using 1x1 tiles with letters printed on them. Yeah, I mean that would definitely be easier. But I like the idea of the V, well, the spearhead being the V. It would definitely work as an art piece, but as a model, yeah, that would be too a bit too ludicrous. But yeah, you could definitely get 1x1 letters, 1x1 tiles with letters printed on them. There's apparently loads on Bricklink. You just have to get a bit lucky with the stores you buy from to if you want to buy certain ones in one go. But I will make the spearhead a V shape. Yes. Okay. I'm very out of breath. Oh, I don't do this much talking. So, And before anyone says it, yes, I do get exercise. My job is basically a replacement for a gym. Oh, these are inverted ones. Okay. I'll drop those there for the meantime. 8. Let's do this bit first because that's actually a bit simpler. The firebox. Where did that just go? Oh. The first missing part has just... Oh, no, there it is. Got it. Never mind. Found it. If I do... Yeah, let me do it that way. Keep those pipes separate for the meantime. Nearly lost a piece there. Thankfully, we're all good. Some of these pieces are really arrogantly stuck together. Have you ever had that? So when you're trying to take a few pieces together, like small ones in particular, you're trying to take it apart and you put some pressure on it. You know it's a method you've used to really take pieces apart before, but you just really push and push and it doesn't really work, and so after putting so much pressure, eventually it just snaps off like that. Not that one in particular, but I have that just now. But I hate that. I don't know why some bricks do that, because it's so infuriating. Infuriating, darling. I've also been working on editing Shinkalian renders to be LEGO passenger trains as well. I think the next set I'll tackle is 7745. Ooh. Yeah, give a go with older train sets. I think a Metroliner one. I don't think we've mentioned that yet, but an Amtrak sort of Metroliner one, I think is that's next on the list, or at least on the list somewhere. It only took us this long to say it. Too focused with TGV and Eurostar. That needs to go there. More brackets. I'm also planning a Metroliner one to be the 700 series. Lovely. Where there is. Forward there, we got this better. Still see. Oh, 2 off-brand pieces, 1x6 breads as well. Definitely need a good chunk of them. I've been getting quite a few one wide red bricks back, but off-brand ones, damn it. Wish I could still use them. Well, I could, but you know, I know they're off-brand, so yeah, not quite fond of that. Besides, being in a LEGO user group, you do need to be as purist to LEGO as possible, but at the same time, it's well known that I use custom wheels and rods for my LEGO trains, and even with the lining, that's obviously not LEGO safe. And the Thomas character, you know, they got custom faces from toys. That's not LEGO purist. So, you know, there's only so far you can really go. Yeah, the 50-year sets, the Metroliner from that. So that's a good idea. That's a pretty good design as well. Right, I will not have that. Another off-brand brick. And another one. There we go. Okay, then we're getting some done. I've also modified that design to create the alternate locomotive build. It was not as fun as I thought it would be. Yeah, I think I remember seeing the alternate builds for some of the older sets, and the only one I've been able to do is the one for the Metroliner. Now that was a cool build, but it's you know, some of them are just not quite as fun. Yeah, you're quite right there. Some of them are not necessarily difficult, but you think, well, this isn't as good as the main build. Well, obviously, but that kind of goes without saying. Ooh, I've got a light grey one. Then there. That one. There. Okay. Was I halfway through a sentence? I can't remember if I finished my sentence or if I was only halfway through it. So just in case, alternate builds, cool that they exist, and I think I don't remember for the Metroliner one if I had to get the instructions online or if they were included. But again, I appreciate so much that they were a thing, but there was definitely that sort of level of, or rather that's, something was missing. It's not quite the same. It's on purpose, but it's not there on the level like a Creator 3-in-1, for example. I think that's where the Creator 3-in-1 series could have come from, the idea of having multiple builds per set. It's quite genius because it definitely gives you value for your money. But I suppose it's more preference. Oh, some very clean pieces there. Okay. Oh, the rest of the smoke box from the Hogwarts Express. Nope. There is a lot of pieces on the floor right now. The black parts have definitely flooded in size. After I scrap this model, all these parts need to go away before I continue to scrap the next ones afterwards. Destruction! Hiya! Nothing quite as violent or as crazy as some people might have hoped to have seen during the stream. Again, not quite that Lego person. I've also been building a Bionicle style mock based off of a character in my profile picture. I took an image of it fighting the Transformer I built. Oh yeah. Well, first of all, Bionicle. Blech. Who cares about Bionicle these days? Still don't get it. A lot of people love Bionicle, but I still don't get Bionicle. I just don't get it. The Bionicle parts are unique to Bionicle in the sense that you can't really use them for much else. You can if you're clever, I suppose. I don't know. I think that's more on the Technic side of things. I don't build Technic, but you say Bionicle, I just, I shiver with anger and fear. To be fair, I've not had a lot of experience building mechs, but I think at least it looks better than some of the mechs Lego is churning out. Yes, I think Ninjago is the only series that Lego have made with mechs that is actually good. I think Monkey Kid has some mechs. I don't know. I've not really cared about Monkey Kid. But Ninjago mechs, not all of them. There are some, especially some of the, like a few of them in the Core series, Ninjago Core series that came out at the start of this year. I think there was it Zane's one, like one of Zane's mechs? It was quite simple looking. I think a couple of ones in the past as well weren't received too well. Again, I've been a fan of Ninjago since day one, and again, it's really difficult to think of any mechs that were bad because Ninjago's handled them really well. It's become a staple of Ninjago. It's all ninja focused, but there's big, they've got big mechs in them, which is, again, not a bad thing. That golden mech from Series 2, I've got that set, but it has been parted, which is a bit of a shame because it was a good looking set. Probably worth a little bit. I'll have a look at that afterwards, see how much that set is worth. But, never mind, I can't be asked. But, basically, they're good. Bionicles are best kept for memes. Yes, they are. Bionicle is like Marmite. You love it or hate it. I love Marmite, and I hate Bionicle. And now you know what kind of person I am. Any opinions on Lepin stealing Lego fans' Gundam design? Well, Lepin has stolen a lot, so that is no surprise. If this was before Lego's lawsuits with Lepin, then chances are that was all been amended when Lego's lawsuit won and Lepin's factories were shut down and their products were destroyed. If this was after, i.e., maybe sometime recently, then chances are that designer ain't really got a leg to stand on because he's only one person designing, going up against a company. You know, Lepin is a company, but it doesn't take away from the fact that Lepin have done very shady practices. So yeah, ultimately, having a design stolen sucks. I can amazingly say that, at least to my knowledge, no one has stolen a design off of me. There have been a few builds I've seen online that have been inspired by mine. I know that there's a guy on Flickr called Lego Train Builds who has made a couple of streamlined coronation models, and I can definitely see elements of my models used in his. They're not replicas, he's got his own building style, but of course you can see a few areas where you think, oh, okay, I've seen how he's done it with, you know, in comparison to my model. I can see comparisons to, pardon me, I can see comparisons to British Bricks model, like that. You know, there's taking inspiration, and then there's just straight up stealing. Reverse engineering a model for your own sakes is something else, because wanting that, you know, this is kind of just person to person. Um, like, for example, if I wanted to build someone's open plank wagon, I could definitely give it a go and kind of reverse engineer the design, but I would definitely have to go out of my way and say the original model was made by this builder. I love the design, so I wanted to try and give his model a go by reverse engineering. You'd have to make everything transparent and clear, basically. And for a company to basically kind of steal designs, it's just shady. That's just, you know, simply put, it's just really shady. I don't know why they would do that, because if you're a brick toy company or a building block company, whatever, like building block toy company, let's go with that. Surely you've got a team of designers with you. And if that's the case, why are you going out and stealing designs? You have an opportunity to make something unique. And the best example of that is with Mold King. Mold King have made train sets that Lego will never make. Ironically, Mold King have used designs from a Lego train builder, but they bought the design rights from the builder, which is why they are the way they are. Yeah, it's just stereotypical Chinese bootlegging. You're exactly right there. But yeah, it's still going to happen for a long time. There is I'll tell you what. There's two things I can add to this. First of all, with the company that I work with at the moment, there is potential for, well, depending on how my working life goes in the new year, I I would love to try and experiment with something if I can convince the right people in the right times. I don't know, but yeah, it's just the idea of being able to turn my models into sets. But that's where the other point comes in. I learned that a Mr. Techno Andrew, who is a fellow LUKR member, not too long ago, he asked us and said, have any of you ever had companies come to you asking if they can buy your designs? He was apparently approached by Let's Bricks, who, from what I remember, have their own Union Pacific big boy design. And from what I've seen as well, that set has done pretty good. And if you're going to ask any Lego train builder to see if they would be willing to sell their designs, I mean, Techno Andrew, he's a bloody good train builder. So it's definitely a compliment for a company to want to approach you and purchase your designs. But there's so much more going on with that, in the sense that I don't know how to put it into words, but there's a lot going on with that. Basically, he turned down the offer, of course he did, but you know what I mean. Yeah, I'm struggling to put it into the right words, but yeah, it's quite fascinating how things can kind of go, like the direction things can take in that sort of area, like the marketing and product side of things. He was the first Lego Train guy I watched on YouTube. Fair enough. Technically, I met Andrew for the first time at the Great Western Lego Show in Swindon years ago. I think it was 2016 or 17. Probably 17, because that was the year I got the printed brick. And he was displaying his models. I remember saying to him, "Can I get a closer look? Can I come behind the table to get a picture or whatever else?" I didn't know who he was at the time. Like, this was before the club even existed, I think. And I met him. Well, not it wasn't meeting him, but he was there. I was there. We didn't have a chat either. It was just yeah, I was just there. He was displaying. I was there to see some models, and that's how I technically met him for the first time. But well, again, saw him for the first time. I met him properly at the Great Western Lego Show from this year, which was about this time last month. I saw him for about 5 minutes because he was doing the Robots Wars, and he had his own display thing going on. So yeah, I was able to say hello to him for like 2 minutes, had a quick chat, and was able to meet him properly and actually sit down and have a conversation with him the weekend after, which was the LUKR members meet. So yeah, and that was obviously the weekend where I was able to compare models. His about 13-year-old City of Truro model from 2009 compared to my City of Truro model that was made in 2022. So yeah, it was really cool to again get a proper good look at his models, say hello to him properly. Great fun time. Fred says, I do want to buy Mold King's CRH2 set and re-livery it into the E2 series Shinkansen. I'm currently looking into the parts needed exist in the correct colours. Probably. If not, then chances are there are build methods that you could do to get the appropriate design done. Right, speaking of done, the tender is still built up, but that's not going to really happen on stream. So we are very close to the 5-hour mark, and my tablet is just about halfway on power. But there are other things that need to be done today outside of the stream. So once I finish scrapping this, the stream will be concluded. So if you've got any questions, now is an excellent time to ask. Otherwise, I'll have to ask them or answer them as comments. And I'm pretty sure a spoken answer is better than a typed one. Need to really get this done. I've got to put all these parts away as well, which is the frustrating thing because it's going to take a while. Ooh, lagging. Come on. Why does it lag? I don't know what. I know I got a cheap tablet, but why does it lag like this? Really stupid. It is only, well, again, it's it's a cheap tablet. It's not really something for proper streams and whatever else. Okay. So we are, well, very close to the 5-hour mark. I'm waiting for it to ding. lots and lots of parts have been gained back already, which is just excellent. And we're only 2.5 models in. I'm also coming across a lot of off-brand parts all of a sudden. There's 4 of these 2x4 bricks in black that I've found that are off-brand because, you know, the studs are smooth. Well, in particular, this one is. Can we get that a little bit closer from the light? Can't quite see, but this one's Mega Blocks. That's a bit of an antique now, isn't it? Oh, it is noticeably darker than what it was earlier today. Like if I've got the lights on, of course. If I turn them off, it will be like properly dark. It's still bright coming out the window, but still. And 5 hours. 5-hour stream. Oh, lordy lord. That is rather ridiculous. Oh, come on, last few pieces. Here we go. Back to the standard base unit of what every train base looks like. And with more off-brand parts. That's quite a few I've come across with this model. And another one! What was I thinking? Was I really that scarce for parts when I made this? Okay. Well, one thing. Oh, and that's what, 8 now I've come across, just in the base alone. Yeesh. Oh, another one of those. That's pretty good. There we go. One of those longer jumper plates. And there we go. That is the. Well, technically, there's still this to scrap from the Hogwarts Express. That's the very last bit. Well, of the boiler unit, at least. It is a very good thing that I'm not working tomorrow or on Monday. So today, tomorrow, and Monday I have off work. Like a 3-day weekend I've got. It's like a mini holiday. Lovely. I'm going to be spending all of that time scrapping more trains. Because I'm an evil bastard. No, I'm not. It's just, you know, standard procedure. Models coming and going. It'd be good to have a lie down, you know. I've been sat cross-legged for a good chunk of time today. When I was having lunch, just being sat down normally, that was quite nice because again, it was breaking up this sort of feeling at the moment. 1x3 bricks, one's over here. I need those 2, and now officially the Hogwarts Express boiler has been completely scrapped. So 3 boilers and 2 tenders have been scrapped today. Well, at least on stream. I've got loads more to do. I live in the UK. Tonks trains. I am a Britishman. I don't know if my accent gives that away. I don't really have a strong British accent. I am West Country, so I can put on a bit of a farmer voice, my lord. But I don't know if anybody could even recognise that. If I went to America, I would absolutely stand out. But yeah, here and now, it's Just, you can hear my voice. This isn't a particularly British voice. It's just playing, one that voice breaks as well. Ugh, that still happens, and that's actually really frustrating. But yes, I have a very flat, robotic zombie voice. I can really keep one tone going for a long time, and you wouldn't be able to tell if I was excited or not. Yes. Right, then Deirdre's. One more drink, because I need one. Right then. Let me see if this will work. I'm going to pick up. Oh, yeah, here we go. So then, lots of parts. It's very difficult to see what's what. Yeah, we've got weird noise there. All the drive rods that I plucked when I did all the wheels yesterday. Some more drive rods because, again, these ones are just in black. Loads of plates and bricks here, loads of some detailed bricks here, a pile of tiles over there, the one wide plates are over there, and then we go into the red section. Can you see that? Yeah. So a fair whack of red parts, not that many, but previously there was all of the light grey pieces from when I was scrapping the first Coronation locomotive. Whew. Yes, of course it's all organised. This makes it a lot easier to put them in the boxes, or in the containers at least. So like I showed over there, all these draw units are color coordinated and part coordinated. So I could literally pick up, so for example, where my hand is now, that's not an easy example, something you can see. Like here, okay, this will do. So where my hand is now, those are all jumper plates, and I can literally just scoop them up in my hand, and that's in the tub straight away. Like, it's that easy. So yeah, it's definitely easy to kind of separate the parts because it makes life easier when it comes to putting things away. It would definitely be quicker for me to just rip the model apart and just have all the parts on the floor, but this is way more handy. Okay, so over 5 hours of live streaming coming to an end. We have scrapped 2.5 trains today, and I suppose if I turn it this way, would you be able to see me? Well, you can kind of see me. Yeah, so I've been sat cross-legged all day, well, at least for the past 5 hours. And yeah, we've got some progress made. We didn't get onto the tender, sadly, for the Hogwarts Express, but at the same time, that's not too much of a problem. This is all going to get scrapped in due time. I'm going to be spending the rest of the evening getting on with this, but I've got a lot of packing up to do first. I might do this off camera. Well, of course I'm going to do this off camera, but yeah, it's just really interesting to have seen how all of this has kind of come together in terms of all the parts, all this again, like this field of parts. It's all so useful because I can see all these pieces that's, well, because it's red in particular, because I've been building giants recently, I have been looking for more of these particular parts, and it's been really cool to just have some back in stock. I'll tell you what, as a treat, oh, that's fine. So if anybody here hasn't seen yesterday's video, it was a showcase video for the third giant basilisk, as I have mentioned a few times today. Before we go, let's see the model, because, why not? Hiya! So, here it is. A 4446. Oh, that's come off. That's not what's supposed to happen. Let me fix that. Oh, way to present yourself. Breaking on me like that, how dare you. Anyways. Come on, sit still. Go. Take 2. Oh yeah. It's a 4446 big streamlined locomotive with a shark nose front. It has 3D printed drive wheels. It uses the disc wheels, and oh, that's come off again. Fine, okay. It has some gold lining on the wheels, which is something I can get away with because these are 3D printed. If these were proper molded ones, I'd be a little less risky to want to do something like this. Don't worry, I'm not going to drop it. Nah, I'm joking. But yeah, you can see the printed nameplates there, Basilisk, along the side. Which is very interesting because it's a very streamlined, not so much serpent-esque, and you know, it's a shark nose front, not a serpent's nose front. But it works. I feel like it does work. The name kind of reflects the locomotive in a way, but it's pretty good. This is the locomotive that I had a bunch of ideas for, but very few of them came together. And yes, this has some Pennsylvania Railroad T1 inspiration. Obviously, the front has the main look going on for it because, again, it's the shark nose front. But yes, whilst it's not the locomotive that was originally intended to be, it has come together quite well. The latest modification I made, so I made the video, and then later, well, not later that day, but the next day, I added these yellow 1x1 round pieces onto the bogie, and I've done the same thing with the tender. And that, as simple as it is, just makes it look nicer. You know, it's just a bit more presentable. It kind of pops a bit more. The tender itself, I'm not too fond of because it's very samey to the dragons, like to the dragon tender. Again, these circular pieces along here really makes it look good. Along the top, it's a bit square in some places just because of the choice of these slope bricks along here, but it still works. We have the corridor on one side, of course, because you know the coronation coaches have corridor connection points. Gangways, that's what they're called. I actually remembered the word this time. The only thing I don't like is the lettering on the sides. So you can see at the front, there is way more space between the front and the first letter compared to the back, where this space is much smaller. It's really difficult to kind of decide, or rather determine, how to space the words on the side of a tender when you kind of, well, it's more so because you're eyeballing it. It's not that easy to measure things. Like if I were to, let me grab that back. So measuring this, like the wording, like Triton Railway, for example, I could definitely measure that and then kind of say, okay, so that's about, so this is the middle. If I try and line up middle bits of, so let's say that letter O is the middle. That seems to be about the middle of the three words here. So let's say I line that up to be in the middle. That looks to be about right. Sometimes the letters could be a bit further spaced. Sometimes they'll be a bit closer. And, you know, the back and the front might not be the same. It could be different spacings on the other side. So sometimes it is just eyeballing it, and it's, you know, it turns into something like this. Ultimately, I am happy with it. It did take a bit of back and forth to get this particular tender shape. It's still something I'm happy with. I'm going to be keeping it, of course. And yeah, this is new, well, second era Giant number 3. Like I said earlier in the stream, well, earlier in the day rather at this point, I have, ooh, come on, there we go. I have 2 more Giants left to build. The next one is going to be called Kraken, and I have a very funky idea for that. And the last one is Demon, but I'm not too sure what to do with Demon. There is another idea in mind for it, but I will let that happen on its own. That model looks like it could be modified into a relivery to Pennsylvania Railroad T1. Yeah, it could. I mean, again, the Pennsylvania, the T1 basically, was one of the main inspirations for the Giants. After I made the first one back at the end of May for the, what was it called? The Brick Express Lego show at Avon Valley. That was debuted there. It was modified to be what it is now, but I really wanted to try and make a T1 in the future. I thought to myself, okay, I'll make more Giants. And eventually, here we are now. I kind of have my own version of a T1. It runs, well, I actually haven't run it in yet, but test runs have been quite smooth. So that will be it. We have been going for over 5 hours. Thank you so much to everybody who tuned in for this stream. This has been a very fun experience, to be honest. I did not think I would be as chatty during the stream as I turned out to be. That is a good thing, of course. I was able to kind of keep conversations going. We had a lot of people in the chat during the first half of the stream before I went for lunch. Time zones are something that I'm still taking into account. Um, Again, normal weekly, well, maybe not weekly live streams, but the casual chat streams where I'm live from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. UK time will continue to happen. I would like to try and do some more live streams in the future. Maybe I'll change something. Like, this was obviously a really good opportunity to try out a different time zone, so more people were able to make it for this stream than they have been for the evening ones. So again, it's morning for me, but that also meant it was a different time of day for other people, so they could tune in. So that was really cool, and I'm probably going to do that again in the future. Depending on how things go, I might do another live stream where I'm doing this in the day. Depending on how things go as well, I might do a part 2 on Monday. Like I said about an hour ago, I'm not working on Monday, so I could technically carry on with this right into the night and be happy with the fact that I can begin to pack all of this away and not have to rush to go to work. So there is all that. So yeah, I'll let you know when the next stream is going to be happening. Tomorrow, I am going to be premiering the second episode of the Brick Railway Builders podcast. So make sure you stay tuned for that. I will be live in the chat as well, answering any questions. And yeah, it's going to be a really fun time. So thanks again to everybody who stuck around for the stream. I don't think anybody stuck around for all 5 hours. I'll be amazed if anybody actually did, but I very much doubt it. All the same, it has been a lot of fun to do this whilst chatting to you. Now, getting videos on the background, you know, having music playing, that's kind of standard, but this was a different experience. It was really cool. This was really fun. So, thank you all ever so much for watching. Now it's time to put my tablet and my phone on charge because, well, everything needs charging. Good lord. All the same, it's been a lot of fun. Thanks so much for watching. I shall see you all in the next episode. Bye, everyone.